Hey, good morning, all my people out there. People that's here for this event, this face-to-face event. Also, my connections on LinkedIn. How you doing, LinkedIn? How you doing, LinkedIn? My Facebook fans. How you doing? How you doing, Facebook and YouTube? For those who are broadcasting in, please put your comments and questions. Because I'll tell you what, this is the time and place. If you have a question about a family member of a veteran of our military, this is the place to ask. So if you have questions on LinkedIn, Facebook, let us know. Monitor will bring it up, and then she'll relay the question anyway. One of these experts answer the question. So how you doing? My name is Ellsworth Tony Williams. I'm the CEO and president for Veterans Council of Veterans. And I always start off with, this is a God assignment. I want to make sure I give him the praise. I'm giving the praise. Just all you got to do is, when God assignment, you got to be obedient. Saturday, that's not the question. The thing is, are you here, Tony? And we're here. Everybody knows out there, the reason why Veterans Council of Veterans are having this program is, everybody asks a question. You hear so many questions about the veteran, you hear very few questions concerning about the family. The family and the elderly veterans are the two, what I call the tribe. Well, Veterans Council of Veterans, you're not forgotten. And we're going to start here. So what you're going to hear today for the next 5 or 6 hours is things that not about, when you do a biopsychosocial, you know about biopsychosocial, it's not about the veteran, it's biopsychosocial, about the family. How you doing? That's what we're doing here, and all the panel we have here are going to address that. For those of you guys who may not know, November is Military Veterans Family Recognition Month. We don't think about that too much because we always see it's Veterans Day, and the family gets left out, but not today. So and throughout this program, you're going to hear us talk about to recognize the families of veterans, and we're going to do something that's special here. We're going to do throughout the day. We're going to have raffles. So if you're not here, you can't do raffles. We're going to have raffles, but we're going to have to give away gifts for the family because anybody knows right now during this time here, this is like almost an advertising time, guys. Right on time. It's always on time. But we know right now with the shutdown, there are 3 things that are complex by itself. The shutdown, number 1. Disaster period is number 2. Everybody here in Florida know that this is the time we got to make sure it doesn't come crazy. And lastly is the holidays. Holidays. Matter of fact, another 2 weeks we're going to Thanksgiving. Well, in this case here, they all are layered together. If you don't have the money, how are you going to sit there and prepare for the haircut? You don't have the money, how are you going to make sure to take care of Thanksgiving? We're going to take care of Christmas. Well, this day, we're going to at least take care of Thanksgiving. So every hour, we're going to give away either a turkey dinner for the family, but you gotta be here. We're gonna get gift cards, $100 gift cards, and at the end, if you stay here, at the end, then we have a $250 gift card. All to help that little bit. You know it's gonna, it takes a lot, but we're gonna do our part. We also do our part. We have enough. We have more than enough. With Veterans Council of Veterans, we're doing our part. So we're gonna almost put aside $1,000 for the veterans and the family. Whew. So we're going to start off with, and I want to bring up some of the panelists for this first one. So I want to bring up Major Steve Ramos, please to the stand. Jennifer. And finally, Keisha. Have you seen some next with passing mic? Again, if you have any questions. So the first panel is going to be the check-in. So what we're going to do is get everybody who's on my broadcast, LinkedIn, Facebook, YouTube, whatever. Yeah, tell me how you doing. What's going on? You have any kind of question? We have experts here, and I'm going to introduce them. If you have any kind of questions here, ask us, and I'll answer them either through the broadcast or here, people who are physically here. And that's a check-in. We want to know how are you doing through what I just said, the most complex. And that's not even talking about life. We're just talking about the shutdown, the disaster, and the holidays. So if you have any questions, let me know. And then my assistant will let the questions. We'll answer that question right here. The first thing I want to know what you got to do. I'll tell you one thing about this. With Veterans Council of Veterans, you came to this, you come to this. First of all, you get fed for free. And for me, free is good. Then you're going to get experts that you have to pay to hear and get questions. Free. That's something that all you got to do is be here, and if you're not here, you spread it. Because at the end of the day, This is not my show, this is God's show. What does that mean to me? When I say that, then we all who hear me, see me, you have the same responsibility that I'm doing right now. So what I'm asking you, you hear me out the program, you can do this too. We need a village to get this done. You can do it, so please start this. And one thing I want to ask you to go to the crew, if you're in any of these, I already started before, ask your governor or your committee, county committee, to create a proclamation for the military veterans recognition month. I already sent one up to my governor. I'm asking you guys out there to do the same thing. So sit there and put this back on the map. The families matter too. Whew. Okay, so the first round as a check-in, I want to introduce you guys, and I'll introduce them real quick, but they're the ones that are going to tell you what they do. First, we got Jeff from Military One Source. Got my man, Major Steve Ramos. Talented guy. If I kept talking, we'd keep rolling out. But he's got a PhD in psychology, but at the end of the day, guy did like 28 years in the Air Force. Now, I'm sorry, I'll take a step back. Jeff did almost 25 years in the Navy. I'm still hurting for the Navy, that's why you're going last. Okay? But it's going to correct itself pretty soon. Pretty soon we're going to go back to where we should win it because we should back.
Right.
But Navy, and then finally Keisha, who is part of Military Families Life Counseling. And those who are in the military, right now, you know who they are, because they are between Military One Source and American Family Life Counseling. They're the ones you go to when you have issues with the family or mental health. They're not clinical. So first, I'll give you a chance to. No, I'm not giving it to.
No.
I'm not giving it to the Navy guy.
Thanks, Tony. My name is Dr. Steve Ramos. 28-year Air Force veteran. I spent 18 years enlisted, originally from Bronx, New York. So really joined the Air Force to escape that environment. Kind of a little bit of a rough upbringing there, but the Air Force in a lot of ways kind of saved my life. And just really met a lot of really great people, a lot of opportunities. Somebody said, hey, never turn down training, in the Air Force. So I was afraid to turn down training. I became a parachute instructor at the Air Force Academy as an enlisted guy and went on into mental health. My interest in mental health came from working with special operators. So I was a support, high altitude airdrop mission support technician. So basically on airplanes, kicking out jumpers and cargo, and supporting them, all over the world. And so got to know some pretty outstanding people that were very resilient, really like physical specimens, but mentally, they were seeing things and sustaining psychological injuries that they themselves didn't understand. And so that's kind of what intrigued me into mental health. So after 18 years enlisted, I was aerospace physiology, and then I was a jump instructor, and then at 18 years I commissioned. And so people thought I was nuts because 18 years, at retirement. But there's a lot of opportunity there. So I became a licensed clinical social worker, and went on to get a PhD in psychology and mental health policy and practice. I took an interest in that because I think that our policies could use some work. In terms of the way we handle people in mental health and the DoD especially. And so I started a private practice in 2018 called More Life Center for Wellness, and we operate out of Brandon, Florida. When I retired in 2021, pretty much took that full time. It's pretty robust, 6 counselors there. And we started incorporating massage and dietitian, nutrition, things like that. So I really appreciate you having me.
Okay, Lakeisha, he's last.
Hi, good morning. I'm Lakeisha Hudson. I am a mental health therapist in the state of South Carolina and Florida. I started my journey with the mental health therapy at the Charleston Air Force Base as a military and family life counselor. I worked school-based and I enjoyed it. So after COVID, I moved to Florida and I reached out to my supervisor. Well, he didn't want to let me go. First of all, he didn't want to let me go. And I was like, oh, I can do this in Florida. And so now I'm here at the MacDill Air Force Base, but instead of me doing the school base, I am at the CDC as number 3, and it's 3 of us. We're a great team, and we work closely with CDC 2 and the youth center. So we're there to serve the preschoolers there and their families. And I mean, it's just awesome that I have the pleasure to work for the Air Force Base, because I've always wanted to go in the Air Force, but kind of got talked out of it. And I was supposed to do my 4 years in college and then go to officer training course, but instead I got my master's in clinical counseling, and I'm here and I'm able to help military and family.
Thank you, Ms. And just those of you out there, when they, we have a tendency to go to acronyms like that. The CDC is Child Development Center. It's not the Controlled Disease Center or
Oh, no.
the Corporation Building. So,
No.
yeah, they look at CDC, I think it'd be a common abbreviation, but for us, it's Child Development Center. That's for most of the kids who are dependents of the military. That's what they go to.
Yeah.
So that's a big responsibility for the family. And last but not least, yes, please. Until the game. Anybody know what a game is? Maybe. Okay. So yes, please, Jeff, explain, introduce yourself.
Well, thank you for allowing me to be here. My name is Jeff Lance. I'm a retired Navy Master Chief. I did 25 years in cryptology and then 5 years government contracting. Got out to take care of my mom, and then when she passed away, we moved down to Southeast Georgia. So I didn't really work until then, and I was thinking, what do I want to do? How do I want to give back? And well, in the meantime, lucky me, I decided to have a cerebral brain hemorrhage in my brainstem in 23, right after Christmas. So I recovered most of 24, got healthy, and like you spoke, Tony, God has a plan. And he said, take this job, help veterans, help military, and it's a way for me to give back to the military and to the veterans for as long as I'm able to. And I'm planning for that to be a long time.
Thank you. You had a serious journey. I'm glad you're here. You're supposed to be here today. At the end of the day, we're all here today. So I'm going to take time right now, and Angela, ask anybody if they have any questions on the, no one just say any questions. But anybody here, and I can start it off when it comes to this. So I mentioned earlier about you have the regular issues as you just navigating life, but now you have the shutdown, which to me in itself is creating its own specialized disorder. Because there's so much uncertainty and lasts forever and ever and ever. Eventually, you're going to create some negative behaviors, coping things that somebody need to deal with when you deal with that. But then there's the hurricane, and that itself causes another disorder. Because if you're anybody experiencing hurricanes, it is traumatic. And every day you see on TV about you're going to either evacuate or you're going to die. You see that every hour. You either evacuate or you're going to die. That in itself, and then the holiday, and then you want to have a good holiday, great holiday. So the question, one of the things that I always ask is, for you guys, for that family person out there that I just said going through those three complex, what advice do you have for them that can, because at the end of the day, it's not one step at a time. What advice do you have that one step that these guys continue to manage as they go through those three areas? And I'll start with Jeff.
Okay, so what I've always done, and it's a military upbringing. It's my dad retired Navy when I was born, so I'm a military brat. Our family history goes back 100 years or 200 years in military. It's all about preparedness. Being prepared for hurricane season, having the hurricane kit, having everything that you can have in your checklist in your pocket to make sure that you're successful in the event of an emergency. The more prepared you are, the less I think you panic, because you've gone through this cycle of, and it is like the military, it's like pre-deployment, deployment, post-deployment. It goes through that cycle and you build yourself up to those moments and you bring your family along with you. I had an opportunity in October to brief a National Guard unit that's deploying to the border and got to speak to a lot of family members. I think it's important for them to be there and go through that process of let's get everything in order financially, wills, everything that you need to do. And that's the same thing when you go through disaster preparedness. So that'd be kind of my thought on it.
Thank you. I guess my thought really immediately goes to support. This is we're a community of veterans, and I just remember joining the military and finding the most camaraderie that anyone's ever going to find. And so I think that in those situations, whatever the stressor might be, is having, the courage and the humility to reach out and ask for help. And likewise, if you're able to help someone, a neighbor, a friend, a fellow veteran, whoever, I think that's where community comes in. Also, I think when these types of things happen, we're not often objective. Like, I think, myself included, with tendency to sort of panic and catastrophize these things. So just I think it's wise to sort of stay level, stay present in what's happening, and stay grounded. I mean, these things make us emotional. We get, we have, issues with that, but leaning on each other, and I think just staying objective and rational.
Yes, growing up, where hurricanes come, some people are used to it, and then you have other people who are not, but my mind goes straight to the elderly, and it also goes straight to babies, people with disabilities, pregnant women, just being prepared by having all the right resources and seeking those resources. In my job, we are resource multipliers. So a lot of times, we reach out to families, we make sure, like right now, due to the government shutdown, we created a binder for the CDC-3 with things that we know, that these people will need. So just being prepared and knowing where to get resources for your family, like especially like medication and where to go.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I think I have one more question I'll bring up to the people here. So people really don't understand the different types of military, and so they think one thing covers all, and that's not the case. For you guys out there, say I'm a National Guard or reservist. Can I come to and say I've been out longer than 1 year? Can I just talk about the eligibility? If I'm a reserve, National Guard reserve, and I need help.
Okay, so with Military OneSource, it is a 24/7, 365 available resource that's free for all military services, including the National Guard, including the reserves, and the Coast Guard, for active duty, their service members' families, their children, as well as anybody that separates for up to a year past their end of active occupation service, or a year after they retire. So they have that opportunity.
Speaking for my practice, More Life Center for Wellness, we pretty much serve, the population. It's specific to military and active duty. We are empaneled with TRICARE and the TRICARE network. We also in the VA community care network. So, relevant to that, our doors open to anyone, essentially, in our community, out of our community, and we also take most major insurance payments as well.
As an MFLAC, we have different MFLACs. I specialize in the preschoolers at the CDC, but we also have family readiness, and we have, a variety of MFLACs. But you are able to see us after 180, but before 180 days is up. So you have a grace period to see us.
It is okay. All right, so let me ask people to the audience. So anybody have any questions, please raise your hand. Come to you. You guys still sleeping?
So far, so good.
Good. I want to make sure that, and we had mentioned, so, okay, yes.
So when you're dealing with mental health, you often have, well, those be the adults, and then you've got adolescents, which is very specialized, and then you have family. Adolescents are very difficult to locate, and there's a long wait list. What do you recommend to families that are looking for resources for their teens?
So from a Military OneSource perspective, for adolescents, they can receive non-medical counseling free 12 sessions. If it becomes a medical counseling, they're automatically referred to a licensed counselor out of town or an MFLAC. That is the response from Military OneSource. Absolutely. Support all children all the way through adulthood, as well as service member families.
At our practice, we're fortunate enough to have counselors with availability to see adolescents in the next 3 days. So we recently got a counselor who is a 28-year-old gentleman who was an NCAA athlete and really, really sharp guy. And he did a bachelor's in psychology, just finished his master's in social work, really motivated and really, specializes in teens as well. And he happens to be my son.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good question. We see, as long as you're in the military, active, reserve, we see all branches and their children. So if you have a school that your child is attending to and close to the Air Force base or any base, ask for an MFLAC, Military and Family Life Counselor. It's free and it's non-medical, but we help children and their families with all the coping strategies, and we're resourceful.
Any other questions? 4 more minutes. One of the gaps, and that's why we have to be a village, because there are too many holes in the dike, or too many holes in the dam. Sorry. So they'll find that somebody may not cover that, but there is somebody if you include the village. Generally speaking, the VA focuses on the veteran, and they have some programs that will include the family, some, and you have the vet center. But you throughout the day, you're gonna hear we're gonna talk military background. But what does that look like? We have transition, so if transition affects the family too, so what does that look like? And if we don't get the help during the transition, it may be too late. So we gotta fill that gap. There are lots of, and in fact, if I ask anybody, how many families of veterans are in Hillsborough? They don't know, they don't track it. But when you're in the military, they track everything down to the urban. But when they get out of the military, they don't track the veteran. We gotta change that a little bit. So we don't have many more questions. But that's something we're gonna, not just today, it's not a one-off. We're going to make sure that they are not forgotten. The families are here. I think the number is, we start studies, 40% of veterans have a family. And to me, if you haven't been diagnosed with PTSD, the whole family should get access to mental health, not just the veteran. Because to me, strengthen the family, strengthen the veteran. Okay, so I think we're almost ready to wrap it up. I want to make sure that you guys, we got 2 minutes to wrap it up for just to check it. And then we're going to start some of the hard stuff as we finish the check-in. So, okay, yeah, I'm sorry, Jay, go ahead.
All right. Go Navy. So, right quick with Military One Source. I briefly mentioned the non-medical counseling. That's free. It's for toddlers, teens, tweens, young adults, service members, their family. There's also peer-to-peer counseling. If you're looking for a mentor. Now, this is more on the active duty side as well as our service members. But another big stressor is spouses. Whenever you're moving into the military, you don't necessarily have a longevity of a career like your spouse does. Well, MySECA, which is Spouse Employment Career Opportunities, is something Military One Source uses, and that's to try to help keep the spouse in the same career field. And so everywhere they transfer, now they have the opportunity to succeed and elevate. So.
I appreciate that. I'm going to kind of jump onto that. I think we're doing a better job educating family members on mental disorders, primarily in PTSD. I think that we would do well to make sure that families understand this disorder, understand the symptoms, and because sometimes, they might not know. My spouse is waking up in the middle of the night and reaching for me and choking me. I don't understand why. Like these are real things that happen. That people, they have these reactivity in the middle of the night or during the day, or that they're extra angry or irritable. There's reasons for that. It could be PTSD, it could be TBI, it could be a number of things. I think learning to understand that and teaching, spouses and children what that looks like, I think is vital. Thank you.
Yes, as an MFLAG, we just like parents to feel that we're there for them and that we're there for their children and their safety is important to us. So on Thursdays, we're always, meeting with parents on video to let them know our role and, you know, when they come to the CDC, we're there, we have resources. If they need counseling themselves outside of the kids being counseled, we're there for them.
Thank you very much. So, and everybody who's a special, who's part of this panel, they're gonna get a free VCB shirt for mental health. So that's one of our things. So we have, and we got a spread for it, but we have a shirt and we have a cause called Military and Veterans Family Mental Wellness Matters. We gotta start talking to the uniforms, for the university. So for our gratitude for that, make sure you get a shirt out there. And this is all I wanted, so everybody, please, thank you again for the check-in, and we're gonna see you more often, we'll have a check-in, so thank you very much for yours. So now I wanna do is, always, one thing you wanna do is, you always wanna take pay bills. So I wanna make sure I thank the Toyota Tampa Bay, for the donation and sponsoring. You notice that if you buy a shirt, for us, for that, we notice that their logo is on the side, so we want to make sure that we appreciate that, appreciate that as well. But this is how we're able to do this, because we do this for free, and we know that we're lightingly free. So this is how we're able to do what we're doing now, having that good food and great content and stuff. We're getting organizations out there to help us take away the cost, because I don't know how you guys feel out there, but the veterans shouldn't have to pay if they already paid the price. That's just us. So I want to thank them. So next up, and we're on Curry Hill, I'll give about 3 or 4 minutes. Our next one's going to be suicide in the family. Is Steve Siegler. Okay. Come on up, Steve. You got somebody with you?
Yeah, good to see you.
Steve, Nancy, come on.
She should be here.
Just keep going. Yeah, Carol. Okay, so one thing that we are very familiar about military is adapting and overcoming. We'll see. Adapting. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, she's here. God, she's here. Welcome to the seat. You can sit down. That's good. So, one of the things that people don't, again, think too much about when it comes to family and suicide. And we have the suicide has the 3 parts to it: the prevention part, the intervention, and then there's the post-vention. And you're very good. You don't hear much about the post-vention. But the post-vention happening. The post-vention can make the family more vulnerable. When you're exposed to suicide, your chance of committing suicide rate rises up to at least 50%. So if you know someone, a veteran, especially that died by suicide, the next step is take care of their family. Because if we don't take care of the family, it can repeat itself again and again, and the kids as well. So that's why I have here, and it's interesting. I'm Steve go back a long way. What branch are you in?
Go Navy.
Who made this? Do a better job of better. Steve Navy, Steve was Navy. I've known Steve for years. I actually interned at James Haley in the suicide prevention team. That was one of those things that I said God assignment, because I was doing my counseling. I was doing PTSD. Then all of a sudden, no, it's suicide. Oh, God, it's suicide. Say PTSD. And tell the God assignment, be obedient. But now I really understand what and for those of you why is that important? Because that's one of the primary mission of Veterans Council Veteran is to prevent veteran suicide. But for us, it's an action word. Okay, it's an action. So what are you doing? And these guys know we're gonna talk about it. You gotta start addressing the stressors. I'm sorry, I appreciate people out there doing push-ups and rock marches, but that is not gonna decrease my stress. We need to do stuff. We can do both. It's like an ambush. Ambush don't work. If all you gotta do, all you have people out there looking at the enemy, we need somebody else attacking the enemy. In this case, these guys do it, they're gonna talk about it. Once you identify the stress, you gotta do something with stress. But this conversation is not gonna be about the veteran and try to prevent the veteran from suicide. This conversation is, what are the families doing? How do they cope with it? So I want to introduce, as I said, I know Steve for a long time, Steve Walensky from the James A. Haley VA Suicide Prevention, he was on the team. That's another thing I'm telling you, man, this is content, and it's free. We got James A. Haley as well, we also from James A. Haley, the psychiatrist here.
Dr. Celeste Nadal.
And I'll let you guys introduce yourself and give a little bit what you're doing, but I'll definitely, you'll get a bleep, no, you can take Steve. You'll get a bleep if I see you going too far to the veteran, I'll bring you back.
All right.
It's okay, let's go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, Steve Wazinski, I'm a licensed mental health counselor at the Tampa VA. Like Tony said, I was in the Navy. I enjoy working with veterans, and I've been there about 20 years now. Prior to that, I just worked in community mental health clinics, but like I said, I enjoy working with the veterans. And currently I'm in suicide prevention. Prior to that, I was in substance abuse and the ER. So it seems I like crisis work a little bit, but anyway, I'll turn over to Dr. Nadal.
Hi, my name is Dr. Celeste Nadal, and I'm a psychiatrist. I've had the honor of serving veterans for 12 years, most of it at Bay Pines. But I've been at Tampa VA for 4 years, and I have a lot of experience in PTSD, helping veterans with addictions. Currently, I lead a crisis recovery engagement and wellness team where, when veterans are discharged from either medical admission or psychiatric admission, where they're contacting them on a regular basis, making sure that we can help them get stabilized and reintegrated, and let them know that they have us there to support them, because that's a period of high risk for suicide.
So like I said before, the paradigm normally when you talk about suicide, it almost always goes to the veteran. And I want to shift the family more about their things. So, and I know Lakeisha's here too, because I really want to know also about how the kids, so your dad or mother or sister is having suicide ideations. How does that affect the kids when their dad or mom is having those suicide ideations? And then tell us what we can do to kind of minimize that or make it in the margin.
Thank you. Yeah, suicide is an issue that the entire family, it affects the community. It's not just the veteran. And so for kids who have family members who struggle with mental health conditions, and specifically suicide, it is important that they have resources, connections, that they have at an age-appropriate level a way to communicate what that's like for them. It can be very destabilizing for kids who understand what that is, to have that fear, or if they are in a situation where they may have found someone who is in a state that's communicating that or has tried or attempted. So it is important that they also have access to mental health services, that the school is aware, and that they understand that they can speak with a counselor at school, and that the teacher is aware, so that they can provide that extra support and love to that child.
And the one thing I'll hand to Steve next is that we just had a 6-year-old whose dad kidnapped him for about a year. And she finally got him back, and he has some serious suicide ideations and behavior problems. And we could not really find anybody, because Veterans Council Veterans, it means that most of us in here are connected veterans. I couldn't find anybody from the veteran or the family veterans side to take care of this child. So we had to find somebody outside. We paid for it. So one of the things you may not know is at what age, and maybe I want to put you in spot, so I'm going to answer. But what age does a child start having suicide ideations so that the parent can be aware of that? Can you put a name that answer?
I would say, I'm not exactly sure, but between 6 and 10.
I mean,
We don't know.
I think that
Kids.
it's tough to say. I mean, different kids develop differently, right? Their understanding of death is different. And even if we're using the same word, what one child understands as death is very different than another child. So I think it's age dependent, but I don't have a number, I'm sorry.
And I'm not trying to just stump the person, because this is so, why this is so important, why it's needed, why it's so important, I need it. I can tell you that it starts at 2. 2 years old is when the kids start having suicide ideations. Remember, and you come to understand, they conceptualize suicide differently than the adult, right? They see that kind of music in today's cartoons. They don't realize how it's it, right? If you see cartoons that have a, if you're dating or something, they almost flood whatever, you see all the cartoon when they blow themselves, you know, all they see is smoke and, you know, and it's, you know, it's a joke. So they don't understand. So if a child starts having suicide at 2 years old, and they have access to weapons, and there are cartoons that kind of marginalize using weapons, because, you know, again, you see a smoke or something, and not the actual, then it's, you gotta really be careful. So I'm only saying that those out there as well, especially for those that we're saying PTSD and things that we can't relate with suicide ideations, start watching your child at 2, and then go right, because you may miss it if you're watching it, if you wait till 8. Just saying. Right.
Well, and I mean, even adults have different ways of conceptualizing suicide, right? Like they may use it as a way of communicating distress and hurt and a longing to connect with somebody, or for somebody to acknowledge how much pain they're feeling. And they may act in ways that they don't really intend to commit suicide, but accidentally do. Or they act in ways that they do, but then like if they are not successful in that, but survive it, they immediately, even sometimes in the process of wondering whether or not they're gonna make it through that, they regret it, because that is when they realize, oh, this is my life that may be permanently extinguished, and that's not my intention. You know, so we really have to give anyone, a child all the way up through 102, the words to identify what they're feeling and to communicate that in a way that maintains the people who love them close, and give them the skills to see other options in life, and give them the support system and the resources so that suicide is a less apparent option.
One thing I want, when it comes to suicide ideations and stuff, with today's young kids, social media, you don't know the trigger, right? That something may happen by, because, you know, remember back in the day, I don't know who's older this age, but my mom always taught me, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. That's not the way they are today. One little small word in there, and then she goes, so we gotta be careful about our kids today are not the same as we were. And so there are things that we don't monitor them from social media. And I will also caution you guys, I want you to take this out, those out there. And I don't know I wonder if anybody out here is an expert with the families, military families, you let me know, and I'm bringing it to stay because it's important information. About when it comes to suicide, watching the kids and stuff. But when it comes to suicide, we always say weapons, weapons, weapons. The gun, gun, gun. America is not even in the top 10 when it comes to suicide. The top 10 countries, mostly Asians. Korea, China, and guess what? They don't use guns. They use pills. They're overdose. So that's why I said that, to say don't get too focused on the method, but get more focused on the reason. Because they could change it. You sit there and somehow we have no weapons today, it don't mean suicide don't go away. It means they're gonna find another way. And we are a nation with so many pills. All you gotta do is go down to Walmart and you got a whole store. And guess who, and you know this, I'm gonna some of you, Who has the most suicidal attempts?
Women attempt more than men. Men complete more.
Yes. And that's a distinction, right? So, and that's why weapons are so important. I'm not trying to minimize weapons because you know, guess who also has the highest rate of using a weapon as far as females? Military women. So again, you don't get too nuanced. You gotta get nuanced. So sometimes you can say, well, women, which is true, women more likely to have most attempts. But a military woman is one with more chance. And we had, 3 or 4 years ago, we had a female working at the gym, veteran, that used a weapon. So again, for women veterans, it may be a difference. They may use weapons more. And what I want to also, and that's why I want to bring up later on one of our topics is, women veterans have twice the rate of suicide than the non-women veterans. And the main reason why is military sexual assault. We overlook that, but we need to be caught about that. We will talk about that, maybe not female, but military sexual assault can be something that can start stuff sliding downwards too. But what I want to get from this, and definitely out there, people out there, is on this, on LinkedIn and YouTube and Facebook, we got to start asking questions and getting some studies done to know what exactly is going on with our family. You know, how many caregivers, what's the rate of suicide for a caregiver of a veteran? What's the rate of suicide for a family member of a veteran? What's the rate of suicide if the person in the family has PTSD? We need to get those studies so then we can start taking care of the veterans and the families. But if we don't ask the questions, we don't know. I'm just saying that to the universe. Let's start asking those questions. So next year when I come back, I hope to have some data. Instead of just go, what we call hypotheticals. All right, cool. So anyway, I did have it, and I want you guys to talk about this. So one of the things that we know has an impact on suicide is called moral injury. Moral injury. I have a friend, an acquaintance of mine, a friend of mine, who is a retired sheriff captain. Her son, Army guy, sniper, he died by suicide. Her moral injury had in a couple of ways. First, her religion said he's going to purgatory. Okay, so then what did she do? She changed religion. But then, she felt she was part of that because she taught him how to shoot. So sometimes parents have a guilt on a certain thing of trying to find out, what did I do? And that's that moral injury piece. I would like for you to kind of expound on how the moral injury comes in from the family point of view. And one of the things we want to do is the Wolfman Society. They say that the biggest curse that child left them was not knowing the why. So I have every year I have a special ceremony for those who lost veterans suicide. And they all say the biggest torture for them is the why. And then what did I do to help you? Have you guys experienced, have you guys seen me talk that well?
To speak a little on the moral injury, most veterans that have suicidal thoughts, those thoughts are related to guilt or blame, or shame, I'm sorry. So you have to keep that in mind when you're tailoring the treatment. And for veterans, 75% use weapons. Pills are less used by men. So like Tony was saying, it's important to know which ones they're using. You know, if you have ways to slow those things down. Now regarding children and the family, you cannot prevent something you can't predict. You know, so obviously there's a lot of what should I have done? I could have done this different. But you know, if somebody wants to do it, they'll find a way to do it. They can do it, and they have done it on our locked inpatient psych units. You know, they can find a way. So, you know, it's important to know for the children that the children are loved. It wasn't their fault, and model to them that you can express your emotions and talk about it, because that helps them heal and it brings them closer to you. Because ultimately, you want to get a more integrated, conception of the laws. Dr. Now, you want to talk about moral injury a little bit?
I mean, I think so moral injury occurs when it's hard for you to, when you do something that you think is wrong or goes against your values and your morals, and it's just very difficult to reconcile that. So it can happen in reverse in the situation of family members who then feel guilty because of what they said, or what was the last thing that they talked about, or they had to fight, or those kind of things. In our veterans, it's also, that, we're taught not to kill from, like, that's a high value in most of our citizens, yet in the name of war, we're actually taught to dehumanize the enemy. And then when you get back and you have to then look at other civilians and put them back into the human category and how to kind of reconcile that or put that back together, it just creates a lot of guilt, a lot of shame, a lot of, if in that time they've they've either lost kind of their, maybe their like religious community or thought, or they've tried to connect with a new spiritual value system. Like, it's just really hard for them to put those things together and to get out of, to find ways of forgiving themselves for things that they've committed that goes against their value system.
Thank you so much. And now we're going to, are there any questions out there? So my question. And so anyway, any questions, and again, I always got to push to change the question from the veteran to the family. And so if a veteran comes back, and you're talking about the veteran comes back from, and not all, the stats say differently, but not people all coming back from combat and suicide. A lot of people have not been in combat and committed suicide. So here you are, you come back home, the dad or mom has PTSD, the disconnect in the family. And this is what we're going to talk more about this, not today, but later on, we're going to dig more into that, is that when the dad or mom comes home and they isolate or whatever, and they don't really sneak out to you, how does that make that child feel? Does that child feel like they're not worthy now because dad is not paying? Now, really, this is how dad is coping with the PTSD or whatever. And they don't, because kids think it's all about them, right? So dad, stop talking to me. It's not the PTSD, it's dad. It's all on me. I just say, I'm not making them happy. So we got to be careful when when a veteran does have PTSD or the other ones, you meant talk about substance abuse and those things. And really, one of the number one reasons why people die by suicide is not PTSD and stuff, but oftentimes relationships. And we can see it every day. All you gotta do is turn the TV on, you see somebody killing themselves and whole families. And we just, because it's homicide, we just kind of ignore it. But no, it's a homicide, suicide. There's a bunch, as soon as you go on the thing, you see, just put it there, Google it right today. How many Google homicide, suicide days? It's like 20 from down the street.
Yeah,
So, go
that's-
ahead, yes, sir, right.
I think too, with the family and the children, Tony made that example, somebody comes home and dad's not talking to the children anymore. If mom's there, they need to talk about it, it's the elephant in the room. So she needs to talk with them or vice versa, whoever the caregiver is. And that way, and again, it helps them integrate it and the child starts to know what's going on instead of, guessing, or is it my fault, or tell them the truth, talk to them, not in very detailed terms, but in general terms about what's going on. Dad's not doing well right now. And, if you can seek any support, like, we have some brochures at the VA desk there at Bay Pines for programs like, what is the one? TAPS is a big one. That's national, and that's tragedy assistance for program, and for survivors. And that's a really good one. And again, there's a list of them on the paper that we have. And they're just great resources with groups. They have children's groups. They have like a camp thing that they go on. And, you know, the big thing about that is for the family, normalizing the suicide and talking about it is, you know, very important because you want to tell the kids the truth. And by going and getting treatment, they can talk about it and learn more about it. And those websites are wells of information.
And the vet centers also provide support to family members of veterans who have committed suicide. You know, and that can include children.
I appreciate you guys again, and I just want to throw a nugget out there for those who's watching as well. Because of social media, kids see everything right now. So if your dad or mom or somebody has PTSD, and you get a secondary, third first, and then they see what happened at Afghanistan withdrawal, that affects them too. Because they just saw what dad kind of went through, now they're looking and seeing this stuff showing, and they're saying, that's dad. They visualize dad. Sorry, dad is doing that withdrawal. And we see also with social media, we're seeing real time both getting shot up.
Yeah.
So we got to look at that as well, the secondary and tertiary effect, the social media, as you start seeing military action right now, and that veteran that may not outside the active duty now on the veteran side, that also affects the kid when they see it as well. So we got to watch that as well. So we got to be careful what they watch because that makes sure that secondary or tertiary PTSD. Okay, and one more, you got any comment?
Yeah, and what we see is that when children commit suicide, it can become kind of an endemic thing where it can become the popular thing to do. It just seems so easy when you don't think through all the pieces. So that's why it is important to, for children especially, but even adults, it's important to talk about it. You know, to number one, destigmatize it, and number two, to talk about, you know, what the person may have been feeling, how this makes them, the survivors feel, and what they can do if they are feeling these thoughts or having these thoughts. Because it can really, you see somebody that's no longer suffering, and if you just leave it at that surface level, it seems easy, but it's not, and it needs to be talked about, discussed, and resources provided to support the survivors.
Hey, Roger, can you put up, I see Patricia, can you click her? She's way up there, yeah, put a little comments up there. Comments are good too.
Yep.
Patricia D. Freudenberg, and she also mentioned about, go back to the single face. Yeah. She also mentioned, I see Danny Fleury, says, thanks for carrying this message, thank you. It's not just for me, Danny, it's for you as well, so don't just say, hey, Tony, thank you for me. I expect you to do the same thing. Carry the message on. I saw something about stigma.
Yes, eliminating mental health stigma, absolutely. It's not them, this is us, this is our families, our friends, our community, and we just need to support each other when this happens. This is not a one-time, you know, people we don't know. When something like this happens, we have to bring our people close.
And if you feel like, say you're a member of a family and you feel like somebody there is suicidal, consider yourself the one that has to reach out. Assume that nobody else is reaching out or doing anything. Talk to that person, seek out resources, that kind of thing. And just to give one last plug, we see this number a lot, 17 service members a day commit suicide. So it's important, I think, to note that about a third of them are being seen at the VA, which is where we work, obviously. But some of these other organizations that are here, that other 2/3 hopefully can get access to.
Yes, I just saw from that person,
We
yeah.
have a question from an online guest. It says, greetings from California. My name is Katisha Jello, military retired veteran here, and a founder of California Suicide Prevention.
Oh,
this isn't a
that's
question, it's
awesome.
just a
Yeah,
statement.
thanks for the work you're doing in California, that's great.
Send us your, send your email to us, 'cause again, it's a village.
Just your email.
She did?
And the great myth is that if you talk about suicide, you're gonna put that thought in the person's head. That's not the case. That's not how it works. If a person does not have suicidal thoughts, that doesn't create suicidal thoughts. It just, talking about it gives them the space to get outside of their head and verbalize it to somebody else and feel connected in a very lonely space.
Great. So yeah, let's get her contact information if we can. I got a phone call from California about a week ago. So anyway, I want to thank you guys again for taking the time out and talking about suicide and trying to educate us out there in here and as well as out there in the
And there's always 988, the suicide line. You don't have to be enrolled in the VA. Anybody could call. And you don't even have to call for suicide. You can call for like housing or financial issues, and we'll get you linked up with someone.
Thank you very much, Dave.
Thanks.
Issue 2. One more, please. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so is it raffle time? Okay, for the raffle. Okay, so we have, is it two raffle gifts? One. Okay, so you have 2 things, right? I'll let you take it. I don't want to mix it up.
Okay, get your tickets ready. The number is 276214. This is the winner for the $100 Publix gift card. 276, oh, and.
No, it's me!
Andy Canastra. Congratulations. Yep, and we'll take a picture with you, and we're gonna be taking a quick 20-minute break or so, so help yourselves to some breakfast.
You can put it.
Sorry, I don't speak. Thank you so much.
I'll bring him here.
In the middle?
Come over to your left, please. Everybody come to your left. That's fine. No, yeah. John, bring 1, 2, and 3. One more, please.
Thank you so much.
Oh, this show. Do you have
Some people move, I get it.
Try to get
And we're gonna have Ms. Ann Canastra and Chrissy Collins come up to talk about PTSD and how it affects our families.
Thank you. All right.
You make an announcement.
We have somebody do some
Camera,
a camera. Oh, that's a big thing to do.
I see.
Okay. Thank you guys for back on here, all that, hanging in there on LinkedIn, Facebook, and YouTube. I see we got a whole bunch of LinkedIn. So Facebook people need to be chiming in, so I know you're out there. And ask questions. That's what we're doing. We're not doing it for me, because I can go out to football. We're doing it for you. So if you have questions, people know the question. So now, almost all of our topics has a connection to the family. And the next one we're doing is called PTSD in the family, and I'll give the introduction, but I tell you, this particular panel is personal, right? I have a family member who we grew up, forever. My first cousin grew up forever, and his wife Chrissy. And so this is now personal, and I gotta be careful because I don't start carrying up. So that's my. But we need to know, what does PTSD do to the family? How does the kids react, the family react, whenever when a veteran comes home or a military comes home and they start exhibiting those PTSD isolation, the anger, the cold mixer, all that stuff. That's affecting the kid. And you see I keep that theme because again, it starts there. And you'll see throughout this topics that it starts when the kids like 3 or 4, 5, 6, 8 years old, exposed to that, and it manifests itself on 25 and 30. And if you don't realize that the PTSD from the military is why it's happening, you may be treating it wrong. You're now looking at that child or that mother or whatever, the father, as having a behavior problem, and you attack the problem, and not realizing that it started over here. And that's where you need to start on the treatment, what you see here. But also, it helps normalize. So when you start seeing from people out here and don't think that they're experiencing the same thing, then you realize it's not me being a bad parent, right? It's the disease. So we want to try to normalize it. So I want to, thank you guys for being here. I want to thank you, Chris. Chris, for being here. Don't tell me, I don't know what you know about when we're young, so don't share any stuff when we're kids. And you still don't be the only one I know when I was a kid. But he knows. And his wife, Chrissy, who I'm so glad you guys are here to be part of this, be part of what I'm doing as well. So thank you, Chrissy, for being here. Thank you, Albert, for being here. Whew. And another sad part is, I'm going to bump a little bit, that my uncle, my mother's brother, he passed away a couple months ago. And my mother and my father, they loved each other, and they always stayed in contact. So this is from my mother's side. And I got the opportunity to be at his funeral. And that was something, and my cousin got a chance to speak. So that's a connection piece that we have. And as we get older, and you have a web panel later on, it's going to become more common. As you get older, I'm 63, right? That death will become more common. And we got to learn how to deal with that as well. But I just want to give around to my Uncle Roy. I know he's going to do some good stuff. And say hi to my mom, because I ain't talked to her, and then say hi to my mom. But now, let's get to the show here before I get distracted. And then, can answer. So I tell you, the one thing I want people to say, I'm saying out loud, is that I've got great support from the VAs. Here we call it Visit Neighbor. But for people really locally, it's either James A. Haley or Bay Palms. And every event that I have, I make sure that they're here because they're the largest stakeholder when it comes to the veteran population. My only thing is that you're not the only stakeholder, but you're the largest stakeholder. And I'm so appreciative for it, and has a lot of, and the reason we had our first conversation, I kept talking, and she had a lot of experience when it comes to marriage. That's the most important thing now, not about the veteran, which is okay. But when you do a biopsychosocial or biopsychosocial with family, and Ann here has a lot of experience with the marriage family, that's right here as well. So what we're gonna start off with is, I wanna Chrissy to kind of unfold kind of what things, and I hope that doesn't mind, but we'll keep it, but we're gonna get some of the things that you had to deal with, when, Elway had the PTSD. Try to humanize this, so Chrissy, please start off.
Okay, first I am a wife and mother of veterans, all who are survivors of PTSD, each and every one of them. So from a spouse perspective, the first time I noticed that my husband had PTSD was he came home on leave from Iraq. And we're going to a festival, a carnival. And we're walking down Main Street in Newark. And Tony, I don't know if you're aware, but there's some buildings with dark holes walking down Main Street in Delaware. And he kept looking up at the roof. And I didn't know what he was looking at. And I'm like, El, what's going on? He was like, you don't see them? See what? What are we looking for? In the middle of the night. And we walk a couple more steps and he'd do it again. In the shadows. I don't know what he's looking at. So now I'm getting concerned because I never knew that he suffered from PTSD. I didn't know what it was. I'm a nurse, I'm a healthcare provider. I don't know what this is in my own family member. So I said, okay, when I finally recognized that, okay, this is not getting any better, let's just leave. Let's leave this situation. And that's the first moment that I knew that something was going on. And then the fact that he wasn't sleeping at night. He slept better during the day than he did at night, which was abnormal for me. As a spouse, dealing with family members, loved ones that suffer from PTSD, the day-to-day is different. You got to change how you look at things, how you view things, how you view the room, where you sit when you go in a restaurant, who's around, is anybody a threat? Your thoughts in your mind, you start to change and you start to think like them as a family member. You got to know what triggers are. Triggers because now he's triggered and I'm feeling everything that he's feeling. What do? You change your whole mindset. You change your whole vibe. You change what you do. You change how you live. Sounds in a grocery store. Simple things, our day-to-day. We have delivery more than we go to a store. You change your life. It's hard on your relationship because you got to know how to approach the person. You got to make sure you're not saying the wrong thing. Again, it's a trigger. Do you piss them off? What do? I learned to walk away from an argument sometimes. And I say sometimes because I'm still a wife. Or I go in the room and I'll shut the door. You gotta know when to back down. You also gotta know when to speak up. Because when we're in survival mode, and he's ready to knock off everybody because everybody's a threat, you gotta know how to get out of those situations as well. We learn different skills.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ann Canastra. I'm the local recovery program manager at the Bay Pines VA. I did 19 years in Syracuse at the VA, specializing in family therapy. And I got recruited and came down here about a year ago, and I love it. The Sunshine's a great place to be. I am a family member of a veteran. I was a caretaker for my dad who has complex PTSD, a little bit of a different role as a daughter. My ex-husband was a military brat, and my current partner is combat vet. So I can tell you, I'm surrounded by vets. My son is going to VMI next summer. He's a Division I recruited athlete from VMI. Right now, he's in the process of talking to Army and Air Force. Not sure which way it's gonna go. That's up to him. I know. So it's all around me. I can tell you with my dad, during COVID, being a manager at the VA and doing groups on inpatient psych, I had privilege. So I was at the hospital. My dad had to have part of his foot amputated, and I was one of his caregivers. However, when COVID happened, the hospital was shut down, no visitors, black and white, right? But because I had privilege, I was in the hospital anyway, I was gonna go see my dad. And I was on the psych unit and I went down one floor. And I mean, everything was very quiet, very, shut off because it's COVID time. Have my mask on and I'm being real careful because I wasn't supposed to be there. But I just looked like a social worker going to see a veteran, right? So I was just real quiet, just gonna go see my dad. And this doctor comes tripping out of the room. Thank goodness you're here. Mr. Schumacher just said he wants to kill himself. And I went, oh, that's my dad. And she said it loud enough the whole hospital could have heard it. And this was a unit where they were doing amputations and stuff. And I was like, okay. So I walked in and I said, hello, Mr. Schumacher. Because I wasn't even supposed to be there, let alone I was not his social worker. And he looked up at me and he said, hello, Mrs. Canastra. I was like, oh, Dad, I'm going to kill you myself. And the doctor left and I said, Dad, what's up? And he said, well, she just told me she's going to cut my foot off. And that was his reaction. And I said, Dad, you can't say that. They're going to put you on psych. And he's like, well, they're not going to cut my foot off. Maybe that's where I'd rather be. And that's how things are when you're a caregiver of someone with complex PTSD. Big reactions, big feelings, saying things you don't mean, right? That doctor, though, was so scared because he said he wanted to kill him. I wasn't scared by it. We talk about those things all the time in therapy, right? When you have PTSD, those things come up a lot. People say they want to die all the time. However, that doctor, man, she was so glad I was there because she didn't want to handle that. But it was my dad. We sat together and we talked about it for a long time and got him to laugh and calm down a little bit and, really understand what was coming. That's the life of a daughter as a caregiver and someone living in complex PTSD. My dad passed and, he's buried in the Veterans Cemetery. I love my dad very much, but it was a complicated relationship over many, many years, right? And it affects kids. And yes, you're right. In childhood, his emotional unavailability absolutely affected my relationship with him. In my adult years, we had to repair that. And he had to figure out how to do that work, right? As I grew in the VA, I kept trying to pull him in as I understood as a therapist. I'm like, Dad, there's groups for you. Dad, there's things you can go to. And he's like, well, you're a therapist there. Won't that look bad on you? And da-da-da-da-da. I'm not gonna go tell someone my problems and then they're gonna judge you. No, Dad, just come in. Just come in the door. And what's so interesting about that now, my partner now, he said the same exact thing. He's done the work. He's been sober 6 years. I don't think I could date a man who's been sober. And I said, babe, why don't you go to a therapist? And he's over in Lakewood Ranch and he's down on this side. And I said, you have Bradenton or Sarasota? And he said, I don't want to tell someone my problems that it's going to reflect on you. I'm like, what? It's not going to reflect on me. And he's like, yeah, but what if I tell him intimate things and whatever? And it's going to reflect on you. You're going to be in some meeting as a manager and they're going to hear my story and it's going to reflect on you. And it's so interesting how much he's overthinking and the barriers he's putting up to getting care to protect me. Right?
Yeah. Thank you. And, I'm going to ask you more questions as well. So, but what do you do to take care of you? So, we have in this, and I'm just saying, that sometimes we have so much of our answers to the veteran, but you can't be going through that and it doesn't affect you either, or your kids. And I want to just ask you, not to get too personal, but did you notice, how did that affect, first of all, did you see counseling at the window? And then how do you think it affected the kids?
Well, no, I haven't, sought out counseling for myself. I was recommended to the vet center. Unfortunately, the vet center doesn't have hours that are conducive for me. And the online programs are not conducive for a spouse that works. So that's difficult in itself. As far as my kids, when they all suffer from the same thing, and they're all adults now, I think the grandkids more so watching this more so, but the adults know what's going on. It's the grandkids that don't know what's going on. So, they exhibit behaviors, some aggressive, some talking back, they try to mimic the adult. And so, as grandma and as a healthcare provider, try to reel that back in, and this is not acceptable behavior. And we don't talk that way to each other. We don't treat each other this way. We have to treat each other with respect. And so I have to reel it back in. As far as myself, and self-care, I go get those feet done when I can, without feeling guilty, or try to do something for myself without feeling guilty. If it's going in the room and shut the door and binging out on comedy, and it comes in like, why are you watching the same show again? You've seen it 100 times. For me, it's therapeutic. My bed is my best friend. When my kids and my grandkids and my husband want to see me, come in the room, shut the door, and lay on the bed, and we can have a talk. Because that's where I'm at. It's therapeutic for me. You have to find ways that help you. A bath, some good smelling lotions, whatever it is, you have to find ways without feeling guilty to take care of you. My day-to-day is work, home, FaceTime him 100 times to see what he's doing, to make sure he's safe. Because ultimately, I'm not okay unless he's okay. So it's like a codependency almost. It's tough. It's tough for him because he was like, lady, just stop calling me so much. But if he's not okay, I'm not okay. Mentally, physically, emotionally, it's all wrapped up in there together. Psychosocial, all wrapped up in there together. If I'm off, he's with me, whether he wants to be or not. I know he's dying right now because it's tough for him. But if you see him, you see me. That's how it has to be. Because if there's a trigger or if there's something that happens, he'll hear my voice before he hear anybody else's.
That's a good, go ahead, man. Go ahead, Stacey.
Yeah, I think caregiver burden and secondary PTSD are so real for families, for partners, for, caregivers of any sort. Even parents who are taking care of people. It's really the anxiety, the depression, those things, they affect us, right? When those moments during extreme hypervigilance, paranoia, it's so interesting, or disconnection, disassociative moments, like that happens for us too, right? I'm so cognizant when he's in that zone, but then I don't always see myself when I do it, right? And so like looking in my own mirror, and I have done the work. A therapist who had left the Syracuse VA years ago, I called her and I said, hey, can you be my therapist? And she was like, Ann, I was a friend, like, are you sure, whatever? And I'm like, I need someone smarter than me that can do this. I'm like, I'm whatever, I'm going through all this, and I'm like, how in the world did I end up with a combat vet's boyfriend? And she said, you speak that language. She said, you know this stuff. She said, of course you did, and I'm happy, but man, it's hard sometimes. And it's a life we're choosing, but it's really hard. And I do the work now, and I practice what I preach, and I do family therapy at the VA. I love my families. I've served families at the VA for 20 years. I specialize in this stuff. I teach communication. I help improve relationships. I've had, my most proud moment at the VA was a woman who got her PhD and put me in her dissertation and thanked her for saving her marriage. Like, that's my proudest moment in 20 years. However, I gotta do my own work at home. It doesn't mean anything in my own relationships, right? And I learned that so quickly that I had to do the work and take care of myself. For me, it's communication. I will say to him sometimes, like if I feel triggered, I will say, I'm not my best self right now, I need a minute. And he hears that. And that way we're not picking at each other, like maybe old relationships or old wounds. If I am in a bad place, or if I recognize he is, like you said, you're the first voice he hears. My guy's really triggered by traffic. I don't know if anybody here's triggered by traffic, but man, that's a terrible thing. He says the worst words come out of his mouth, and I'm like, what is inside of you? Where's that coming from? And I'm like, like we just have to slow that down for a second. I'm like, that sounds really hard. She's like, well, I'm not saying it to you, and I'm like, but buddy, whoa, that's not nice. And he'll just say, well, I'm not nice, and I'm like, I know. And it's hard as a partner sometimes to accept those things, that it's not coming at me, right? And so I have to relearn that. And I'm supposed to be an expert at it at work. I have a bunch of fancy degrees and initials after my last name and years of experience. But at home, it doesn't mean anything. It really means nothing. It's the work I gotta do every day.
I appreciate you being vulnerable. And one of our assignments is we gotta start broadening that people can start to take care of them. And we gotta get away, not just sticking with the veterans, but it's from the family member as well. Sometimes it's sticking from the family members. My dad was in the military for something here, Georgia, all that kind of stuff. And when my mom, when you mention that, so I think of how my mom cooked. She loved her dang soap operas. Oh my gosh, it was like real people. I said, what? And she's arguing with somebody, Jim Harper or whatever. But that was how she cooked. And we don't know, and that's what we want to get out there as well. You know, we want to be able to sit there and Angela, give a chance to pop in. I'm glad she's still here. So Patricia, see some comments she made. But that's what we're here as well, is that what ways do you cope? You know, with the shows you watch and the comedy shows you watch, and my wife said that's dementia. If I come in, you watching that show 50 times, you don't know what's coming next. But yeah, it's watching that show that's really being therapeutic without going out there, you know, and being vulnerable. And then what are the resources out there? That's where the village comes in. Because sometimes that doesn't seem available, and if you don't know it, then you're not going to create that. So that's why we're here as well. Is that okay? If we need more of that, you know, VCB will, you know, we will start the lawnmower. We're not going to mow the grass, but we will start the lawnmower, making sure that the therapists out there are getting that training as well. So that way that the spouse has that training as well. So that's one of the things. So I appreciate you being vulnerable on that, and I appreciate you. You want to add anything else on that? Or, you're brave just saying what you just said, but if you want to.
Oh, I'm brave now. I guess just, you know, again, just creating more spaces, like you said, for off shifts. As we're caregivers 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We need it every day, every hour, not just during the day. Usually my guy's good during the day, and that's why I'm able to work. It's in the evening and nights that he's not good. So creating those spaces.
Patricia, you know, it's almost like a soap opera, but Patricia said, saying I hear you is sometimes the best thing they can receive from loved ones. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that's the veteran side, not her. So what do you need to hear? Now, God, what you're saying, I'm not saying it's not true, but I'm saying we're talking to her now, saying, what can we say to her? Like, that makes her feel like, oh, I'm not, like a lot of times you feel like you're by yourself. And that's what we want to try to get, is what kind of things that we can do. And I want to ask both of you guys, give 1 or 2 tidbits that you can give, like you look at the audience and say, this is what I find, and you can put up Patricia's other comment too, but what things that you had mentioned already, I just want to just look at one more time of, what you think that would help a family member that's trying to navigate the PTSD world.
Yeah, find a circle, as a family member, find a circle so you know you're not alone. Whether it's, NAMI has NAMI Home Front, that's the National Alliance for Mental Illness, and they have a 6-week psychoeducational class. I'm actually a national trainer for it. I love that. I'm actually gonna teach it in Bay Pines. I think we're gonna do Wednesday nights in February, so if you wanna come to my class, be a part of it, I'd love to have you. Find people you can text and say, I'm having a hard day, or, you know, my loved one's having a hard time. Just people who get it. I have 2 girlfriends who are military spouses. One was an Elizabeth Dole Fellow, and the other is a registered caregiver in the caregiver program for her husband. And some days I'll just text and be like, man, this is hard. Like, I've sat on the other side of that desk for 20 years. I sat there with my dad, I was his caregiver, but this is a different kind of hard, sitting in the spouse chair, right? It's just different. And they say, yeah, it's okay. So when you're not alone, that's probably the #1 supportive thing I do. I also loved what you said. Find the little things that can bring you joy. For me, it's watching the sunrises and the sunsets in this sunny city. Man, they're never the same. My daughter said it to me last night. We were watching, it was beautiful last night. And she's like, Mom, because I mean, she grew up in Syracuse, right? So she's new here too. And this place is beautiful. And that brings me joy. And just that little moment of just peace. Find something that brings you peace every day. It doesn't have to cost money. It doesn't have to be any, you know, it just something that you love. And for me, it's that sunrise, sunset, whatever it is, looking at that sky. I just think it's beautiful. I can sit on a beach for 20 minutes. I can drive my car over to Treasure Island, roll up, watch that sunset. I love it.
I don't think I have much more to add, but I thank you very much for at least allowing me to express what's going on inside.
I appreciate that, and, I don't know if anybody out there will, one of the things that Veterans Council on the Veterans, we have a program called Military Veterans Family, Mental Wellness Program. So one of the things we're gonna do, we're gonna stand up an advisory group. Again, it takes a village approach to make this not just one person, not just one element can do it. One thing about when it comes to what we're doing, you can't monopolize, you can't franchise, you can't nationalize what we're doing. It really takes the local community. If you want to know the best fried chicken, you ask the local people. Don't ask us, because I don't say KFC, because I only know national. But if you're from here, you go by, you ever see it, you gotta drive by this one little ain't shanky looking, stuff falling apart, but it's got a long line. Because the local people know where the best chicken is, and that's the way it's gonna be here. So we're going to have an advisory group we're gonna go just to kind of look at focus. We're gonna also provide support groups. And again, and I'm not competing. So, you know, because we all have our different customs and stuff, customization. We all create that where we're support groups for families that they can come in or either virtually or in person, just kind of sit there and just be able to talk and say, you know, hey, what's going on? So that's something you'll hear later on. You get some emails, you sign up for emails, you get the emails as well. Finally, and then I'll close on this. We're talking about some shows. I love me some Oriental shows. Oriental shows, I binge watch, right? And I don't understand Chinese, I don't understand Korean, but I just like the shows. And my wife would come in and say, why you turning the TV on? You don't understand what you're saying. But it adds to the effect. So find that something, whatever it is. And like you said, give yourself some grace and give yourself some joy. That's one thing I want to do. So I want to appreciate you said that as well. Thank you very much, Chrissy, and thank you, Owen. I do that sign. Sign's behind the chair. Sign down the chair.
Let me get it now. Let me get you in the middle. Okay. Let me get you in the middle right quick. See how you can do it. Okay, just count through. 1, 2, 2.5, 3. One more, please. You want me to move the sign? How you want to?
Yeah, because I want to know. Yeah, like a tagline. This sign. The sign is the start of the show.
That's good. I'm gonna bring you over here, man, that's fine. And 3, 1, 2, and 3. One more, please. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you.
All right. Chrissy?
Make sure everybody that's here will get a free T-shirt. Make sure they get them as well.
We're gonna take a quick break before we transition over and have, Rich Corson come up and talk about dementia.
So we got 10 minutes, okay, great.
Yep.
We got 10 minutes and then Rich, thank you.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, like 1 meter.
Thank you.
Please help yourself to some refreshments and extra coffee at the back table with some donuts. Bathrooms are on the outside. Oh my
Yeah, we just get our place.
So, right in the middle of the recap, yeah, wherever, yeah. Kind of like this sign, and then I'll make sure that everything's ready for you. Sir, do you mind pausing the mic while we're on a break? Thank you. Hi, everyone. We're going to continue with the program. If you guys want to take a little seat and grab your refreshments. We're going to welcome Rich Corson, Lieutenant Colonel, retired Rich Corson, to the podium to discuss dementia and how that affects them. Our veterans and military members.
Welcome everybody, we're back. Hope the people out there and the LinkedIn and Facebook and YouTube getting some stuff out of this, getting some good content. This was important. Start the conversation. People were here also, same thing. I hope you get something out of this. Start the conversation, because this is a journey. This is not a destination. I tell you, the guy who I'm with just now, it's interesting how one of our programs we have, Veterans Council Veterans, we call them the Forgotten Tribe. There's certain elderly veterans. Not why I'm bringing them up. But one of the things that I've been exposed to by doing elderly veterans is seeing just how prevalent dementia is to the veterans. You don't hear much about it, right? You hear about PTSD. But as you get older, Florida has, and it's also got a panel for the elderly veterans to the end of this. Florida has over 719,000 veterans over the age of 65. Florida has the second largest state of dementia. 60% of veterans who have PTSD or TBI are diagnosed with dementia. What are we doing about that? And it just, that's how God works. And to the guy who's coming here, that it's ideal to talk about that. So I want to sit there and introduce Lieutenant Colonel Richard Corson. He's a special operator. Everybody knows a special operator. It hurts me and that kind of stuff. And I've known Rich for several years with his nonprofit called, he's part of the Special Forces operations, but he's also Green Beret. And and I just saw I think on LinkedIn post where he wants to start educating awareness about not just dementia, but having a pre-diagnosis, you start doing what you do now, delayed, whatever like that. So I asked Rich, was he available? Because you know how I got it. Yeah, available. So I'm proud to introduce Lieutenant Colonel Richard Corson to talk about dementia.
Thanks. Okay, I see there's a lot of people here from the last time I spoke here, so I'm sorry. You're gonna hear a lot of the same things again. For those of you who have not seen me before, hopefully I'm gonna bring you some new information that will be of use to you. As you said, hi, I'm Rich, I'm an Alzheimer's. But on 1 April of this year, I was diagnosed with early onset Alzheimer's. I was being seen by a doctor at the Herd Institute because of my TBIs. I've been seeing her for 3 years, and there was a brand new blood test that had just come out in March. And she said, well, let's go ahead and get that. There was no indicator that I needed it because all my cognitive tests were doing great. She said, you know, let's just go ahead and get it and know one way or the other. I said, sure, why not? And sure enough, it came back positive. She said, okay, now we're gonna PET scan, do a verification. I had the PET scan, went back in with my wife, and she put the thing up on the screen, she pointed to it, I have no idea what she's pointing at. And she goes, yeah, there's an amyloid plaque built up in your frontal lobe. I said, I'll take your word for it. And she goes, yeah, you've got early onset Alzheimer's. I said, that can't be right, I'm 73, I'm too old for early onset Alzheimer's. And I wasn't worried about it. It didn't bother me at all. It really didn't. And I said, okay, so what's next? And she goes, well, we're gonna track you. We're gonna get you on a prescription. I'm taking donepezil, which is to help keep the amyloid plaque from building up more. Have no idea how it's working, but again, I wasn't really super worried about it. When I went home, first thing I did, got on the computer, like most of us do nowadays, got on Google and said, okay, how long have I got? And it goes, okay, you got 4 to 6 years or 20. And I'm like, that's a pretty big window, okay? I'm a 73-year-old, it's in real good shape. How long have I got? Oh, you got 6 to 8 or 20. I said, I've seen a pattern here. And I asked my doctor, and she says, oh, I've only you 3 years, you're real healthy, you know, no cognitive decline. I'm giving you 8 to 10 or 20. And I said, okay, I'm shooting for the 20. I've always told my boys I'm going to live to be 100 years old. And I figured if I get to 10 years, that gets me to 83, which is the average age for the American male for longevity. So that's pretty good. And at that point, I go see Elon Musk, have him put a chip in, he reboots again, I'm good to go for the rest of my time to get to 100. So again, I'm not worried about it. I'm convinced beyond any doubt in my mind that I'm going to beat this. And I truly believe that attitude is a huge thing. I know a lot of people, when they get this diagnosis, and I talked about this in my first article, is they go, and as soon as you do that, go dig the hole, because you're going to die. You've given up. And that's not the way I'm built. As he mentioned, I'm a Green Beret. We're not built that way. As my articles that I write, the Green Beret's new mission. When I got diagnosed, I said, okay, I'm taking this on as my new mission. I'm healthy. I am the new face of Alzheimer's. It's not Joe Biden stage or anybody else that's dealing with it. And that's not to make a joke of him. It's what those people that have dementia and are at that point are dealing with. And it's not only them, it's their families. I'm going to touch on some more later. They're the ones that are really suffering, okay? But I said, I'm healthy. I can speak for those that can't. So I decided to write articles about my journey with Alzheimer's and to educate people and get over the stigma. That's why I'm being so open about it. I have never heard anybody talk about Alzheimer's before in my life, unless you were facing it with a person. And I wanted to get the word out there that there's nothing to be ashamed of. I have no control over that diagnosis, so why should I be ashamed of it? Why should there be a stigma about it? So that's why I'm being very open and getting it out there. I write my articles, I post them on Facebook, I post them on LinkedIn, and I ask everybody that gets them to go out and share them with everybody you know, because everybody needs to hear this information. One of the things I talked about early on was, I think it was about 3 days after I got my diagnosis, I was out walking my dog at the end of the day, sunset going down, real beautiful afternoon, absolutely gorgeous out, nice breeze, kind of like it is right now, but around sunset time. And I stopped in the middle of the walk, and all of a sudden it just hit me. And I just took a deep breath, like I did this just a few minutes ago outside too. I took a deep breath, and I thought, I have never felt more alive and more at peace in my entire life as I do right now. And that continues to this day. I'm not the least bit worried about dying, and I'm not afraid of dying. But I'm going to live to the fullest as long as I can. I am not giving up. And so that's the kind of attitude I'm trying to get across to everybody that's dealing with this, or those of you that have family members that are dealing with this. A couple of you have come up to me today and said they've dealt with this with their mother or their father or an uncle or a brother, whatever the case might be. Almost all of us have been touched at one point or another by this disease with a family member or somebody. And it's like anything else, you start thinking about buying a new car. You say, you know what, I'm going to get a Mini Cooper. Well, before you thought of that, you never saw a Mini Cooper everywhere. And then all of a sudden you say, I'm going to get a Mini Cooper. Next thing you know, you see them every time you turn around. Well, it's the same kind of thing with Alzheimer's. I never really thought about it before because I didn't have a desire to, I didn't have a need to. But now I'm getting more involved with it, and I talk to more and more people, and I'm amazed how many people come up to me now and talk to me about, well, thank you for what you're doing. I have this relative or that relative or this person in my life that is dealing with this, and they're appreciative of what I'm doing. The thing that I really have enjoyed about doing my articles out there is, and I tell you right up front, in all my articles, I'm not a doctor. I have no kind of medical background. What I'm telling you is what works for me. I'm not prescribing anything. For the most part, I'm not taking prescription drugs. I've gotten off almost all my prescription drugs, thank goodness. I'm on a lot more vitamins and supplements and doing things in a healthy way. And so I'm recommending, here's what works for me. And if you want to try that, check with your doctor first, but go forth and try these things. In, I think it's article number 5, I use AI for my research, because when I first started looking into this, I was overwhelmed with how much information is out there on Alzheimer's. It truly is overwhelming. And I was like, there's no way I can wade through all of this. So I started using AI. And those of you, I'm sure most people in here, or at least a lot of you, have used AI, ChatGPT, or something else. But you're probably doing just a basic search, and you get an answer back within a few minutes when you ask your question. I do what's called a deep search. And if you use ChatGPT, there's a setting you can go into where it says deep search. Well, what happens when you do that is you ask a question, but you lay the parameters out in great detail. Like I'll say, you're a medical doctor that's an expert in Alzheimer's and dementia. You're also an expert in nutrition and exercise. And I give it all these parameters. And then I said, in this particular case, I was looking for food groups and everything. I said, I want you to go out and I do research globally. I don't want to know just what's being said in the United States. I want to know what's being said worldwide. Because as we all know, there's a lot of treatments, there's a lot of tests and everything that are approved overseas before they're approved in the United States. We need to be aware of those. Some of those will eventually become approved here, but doesn't mean you can't go there and get that test or get that treatment. So I want to make people aware of everything that's out there. So I say, I want you to go out and look at all the food groups: fruits, vegetables, nuts, spices, meats, dairy, everything. I want you to pick top 10 items in each one of those food groups, list them in order 1 to 10 that's good for your brain, tell me why it's good for your brain, and then in the last column, give me an authoritative link, a hyperlink, to wherever that source is from, so you can all go do your own research and know I'm not pulling this out of my fourth port of contact. I'm not making this stuff up. It's legitimate. And you can then take those lists and start adjusting how you're eating. I ate pretty healthy most of my life. I served 23 years active duty as a Green Beret. I then transitioned at USSOCOM, Miami Field Air Force Base, to a government civilian, GS, and I ran their operations center for 25 years. I retired in 2018 with 48 years service. That entire time, I've kept myself in shape, and I still try to do that to this day. It's important to me. I get disgusted when I see particularly Green Berets that retired and they got a belly out to here. They haven't taken care of themselves. They've given up. And I'm like, dig that grave. Just go dig it. You've given up on yourself. And I'm not that way. That's not the way I'm made. And so one of the things with the articles my go-to snacks now are blueberries and walnuts, because they're the top in their food groups. Blueberries are the top of the fruits, walnuts are the top of the nuts, and that's what I eat now for my snacks in the evening. In the morning, I used to drink 2 cups of coffee with cream and sugar. Did my research, said, yeah, no, cut out the cream and sugar, black coffee's better. So I switched to black coffee, and I was like, that's nasty. And then I said, oh, wait a minute, I can do honey. So now I have a honey mixture, which I put turmeric, cinnamon, ginger, and black pepper in. And that's a honey mixture I have every morning. Make my cup of coffee, I put a teaspoon of that in my coffee, and I'm good to go. I do 2 cups of that every morning. They say 2 cups of black coffee with that kind of a mixture if you want. Tea or dark chocolate. Those are all good things for your brain. And so I continue with that to this day. If you take turmeric, I know a lot of people now come up to me and say, yeah, I take turmeric. And they take chewies or whatever, the gummies, that type of thing. You're cheating yourself. Because what I do, again, mine has the turmeric and black pepper. If you take black pepper with your turmeric, it increases your absorption of the turmeric by 2,000%. Turmeric is key for fighting inflammation throughout your body. Inflammation is one of the key factors in all of our problems throughout our bodies. So I recommend you get a chance, scan these QR codes. They'll take you to each one of my articles. I recommend reading them in order. They don't necessarily building on themselves, but they do a little bit, might make a little more sense if you read them in order. I'm working on number 6 right now. It's going to be something like brain health is for everybody. Stop and think about this. When you're in grade school and all the way through high school, maybe even in college, we're taught eat right and exercise. Now, eat right, again, I'm 73. That pyramid of the food, that's changed several times in my lifetime of what's at the top of the pyramid, regardless of what that is. Eating right and exercising are 2 of the 5 pillars of taking care of your brain. The other one is physical exercise. Doing physical exercise can help increase your hippocampus by 2%. Mental exercise, brain games. I recommend one of the sites, Brain HQ. Check that site out. I like to do logic puzzles. I don't do word puzzles that much. I don't do crosswords at all. But any kind of a game that's stimulating your mind, making you stop and think. Even watching like a detective show where you're trying to figure it out. Something that's engaging your brain. Do that every single day. And then hydration. If you ever see me, you never see me without this. Some people think it's an oxygen tank, but they don't see the hose. Some think it's a bomb. Some think it's whiskey in here. It's water. I went through a brain program 3 years ago with Dr. Joseph Dituri. Some of you may have heard of him. He was the deep sea diver in the Navy, hard hat diver, and experimental diver. And he had been in a bad accident. He had some TBIs in the military and been in a bad car accident here in Tampa and had some bad PTSD as a result of it. And he was finding no help anywhere. So he put a program together for himself. And he calls it the Better Brain Program. Well, after he put it together, he offered it to NFL players and special operators. I was the second Green Beret going through the program. It was 3 months long, Monday through Friday, for 4 weeks. And, 3 months, excuse me. And every day from 8 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon. Did hyperbaric chamber for an hour and a half in the morning. Did ice baths. Did red light beds. Electroencephalograms. Brain games. This is when the really freaked me out. Put the skull cap on with all the electrodes, the gel and everything. Big TV in front of me, and he had this balloon race, cartoon kind of balloon race up there. He says, okay, you're gonna lead 5. Your goal is to win. I said, okay. I looked around and said, where's the joystick? He goes, there isn't one. I said, so what do? He said, use your brain. And I'm like, what? He says, you gotta move it with your brain. I said, how do I do that? He goes, I can't tell you, you gotta figure that out. And he wasn't being smart. He says, everybody's just gonna figure it out for themselves. So he said, go, and I look and I see the other balloons start moving. I'm like, staring at the screen, trying to get the damn thing to move, and nothing was happening. And I was getting frustrated, and then I calmed down a little bit, and then it started to move. And then I thought, okay, I just gotta think, like, goal, here's the goal at the end. And I got better and better at it. And pretty soon I was winning the races every day when I was doing that. I also worked with a psychologist, a massage therapist, a physical therapist, a life coach, and there's one of them, can't think of it right now. But they work with me every day. And what that brain game was doing is rewiring my brain because of my PTSD, my traumatic brain injuries. I had some gaps in my brain. And this was rewiring. It's called neuroplasticity. The brain's an amazing thing. It will learn how to rewire around those gaps in your brain. And in an article, one of my articles, I forget which one, might be two, but you'll see some pictures in there or representations of my brain before and after. And it's light years difference. There's not a lot of movement before and afterwards, the brain's lit up that I went through. Part of that program is drinking a gallon of water a day. That's not an easy thing to do. That's a lot of water. And I learned the hard way. Don't drink too much of it before you go in the hyperbaric chamber. I got into that first day and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna be a good soldier. I'm drinking my water. So I'm on a schedule. I'm down in that water in the morning. I get in there, yep, let's get in the hyperbaric chamber. And I get in there and I'm about 30 minutes into that hyperbaric chamber. I've got about 40 minutes to go. And I'm like, you know, and finally, like, I'm knocking on the glass. There's a technician right there. I'm like, and he turns on the microphone and says, what? And I said, I gotta pee. And he's like, you only got 15 minutes more. Can you handle it? I'll try. So I went a little bit more. But what he doesn't tell you, that's 15 minutes of pressure. Then it takes 15 minutes to come down from pressure. And so about 10 minutes more, I'm like, nope, that's it, get me out. Because I knew it was gonna be 15 minutes to come out of pressure. He got me out and I couldn't get to the bathroom fast enough. Well, after that, I cut down on what I drank before and they gave me one of those little hospital urinals to take in there with me. Never had to use it because I was smart enough not to drink that much beforehand. But I do try very hard to drink a gallon of water every day. Your brain's about 60% water. Even a 2% drop in dehydration will severely affect your brain. That's why you get very, very worried when people get dehydrated. It's not just your body, it's your brain. And again, we're not taught about how to take care of our brains. We're taught about taking care of the body, exercising and eating right, but we're not taught about the power system, the thing that runs it all, and how to take care of that. And so we gotta keep hydrated. So that's that fifth pillar of taking care of your brain. And again, that's gonna be in part of my next article. Now with families, we don't have to deal with it yet, fortunately. Because of the blood test, I was diagnosed as early as clinically possible. I'm as far left on the spectrum as you can be. I'm what's called preclinical. In other words, yes, I have Alzheimer's, check the box, but I'm not showing any of the symptoms. I had a cognitive test a couple months after my diagnosis. I did above average and superior on it. She compared it with one from 3 years ago. There was absolutely no decline in my cognition. They said it could be 10 years before I show any symptoms whatsoever. So I'm very fortunate in that case. Now that's not to say something couldn't happen and that could change. But I don't believe it's going to. I'm not going to let anything I can do, that's not going to happen. But the family's the one that's going to suffer. And I swore I would step in front of a bus before I let my wife go through that. Because they're the ones that suffer. The patient doesn't know. At that point, you don't know. And it's the family that's going through all that stress, physical, emotional, mental, financial stress that they're going through. And I will not put her through that. You know, it's kind of sad. We just recently had, well, it's been a couple of months now, but we had to put down our cat. He was only about 7 years old. Got sick. And we had to put him down. And we took him to the vet. Did everything we could, spent lots of money trying to save him. And finally the doctor said, you can keep pumping money into it, but it's really not going to do any good. So we said, okay, it's time. So we sat there in the room, like, most of you probably experience this kind of thing. And the cat's on our lap, and the doctor finally comes in, he's got 3 syringes, propanol and 2 other things. And I kind of chuckled, and I looked at him and said, "Can I get a set of those?" And he goes, "What?" I said, "Well, think about it. We're kinder to our animals than we are to ourselves. We will put an animal that's suffering out of its misery rather than let them live on and have the family deal with the stress. Because it's stressful with a pet. If you have a pet, you know that. Well, what's the difference with a person?" And I'm not advocating suicide. And we talked about that a little bit earlier. I'm not advocating that. But again, I think there's a time and a place where that may be something from a medical perspective that needs to be looked at. There are some countries that authorize that. There are some states here in the United States that authorize it. If it ever came to that point, I would move to one of those places so that my wife didn't have to deal with that. I'm not going to put her through it. Now, jokingly, I've got a bunch of Green Berets and Navy SEALs, my buddies, and before I even have my diagnosis, we always joke about it. As we're getting older, and we'd be sitting around Hooters having a drink, and we'd be talking, we'd forget something. Say, "Damn it, what was that guy's name again?" Just 70 something. That's one of those people forgetting these things. And for most of us, that's true. In my case, it's not, but that's partly true as well. But we always used to joke and say, "Hey, when we ever get to that the kind of stage, hey, Rich, let's go to the range. Rich, go set up the targets." And so I brought that back up to him again. I said, "It's having a little more validity now, guys. It is what it is." The big thing is, unfortunately, again, like I said, it's the family that's going to have to deal with that. And what the folks were talking about here about with the PTSD, it's the same kind of stress. It's that stress that they're going through. And they're the ones that are truly suffering. It's not just the person that has PTSD or has Alzheimer's or has dementia. It's the family that's really having to deal with that. And we all need to be cognizant of that. I never knew I had PTSD. I never knew I had TBIs. I just thought I was a type A asshole at the Green Beret, okay? And so did a lot of other people thought that too. But once I found out and I got some help, I realized, yeah, I was an asshole at times. And I was divorced because of it. And I've got 2 boys with grandkids now. By that marriage, my ex-wife lives over in, I think she's down in Sun City now. She's here in the area. And scary enough, she's friends with my current wife. And we all get together for family things with all the kids and the grandkids. And once I got help, first off, I had to go to my current wife's family and her best friends and apologize to them for the way I had acted and treated them when we first got together. Because I didn't know it. And I felt ashamed. And I apologized to them. And the next time we had a family thing, I pulled my ex-wife aside and told her, had I known and gotten help, things might have been different. And she truly appreciated that. And it's kind of that making amends thing, but it's good to get that out and say it. I felt better, she felt better. And I realized, yeah, I needed help. And as some of them have already mentioned, sometimes you gotta have somebody slapped in the face to realize you need help. The whole memory thing. My wife was getting concerned before I was being seen at the Bird Institute. I was getting little things, start to walk out, forget my keys, minor things. But again, I was checking that off being 73 years old. But she wanted me to get checked, so I said, sure, okay, finally, she convinced me. And I went and got help at the Bird Institute. And they said, nope, he's good. I'll never forget, my wife sitting next to me and the doctor said, yeah, he's good, he's getting a little bit older and might be forgetting some things. So she goes, so he really is just not listening to me, huh? Yeah. So, but it's all about, paying attention to those that are around you and listening to them. And that's what I had to do. I had to listen to my wife. I went and got help, and now I know where I'm at as far as the Alzheimer's go. I wouldn't know that otherwise. I sort of been just chalking up the fact that I was getting old. And the thing that really touched me is I've had at least a dozen people now come to me and tell me they've gone to see a neurologist now because of my talks like this or my articles, and they've gotten the blood test. And one of my friends came back and said, I got the blood test, I'm good to go. I don't have it. I said, fantastic, but at least you know. And I'm telling everybody, if you're having any doubts at all, go see a neurologist. What's it gonna hurt? Don't be afraid. It's better to know than not know. And regardless of what the diagnosis is, start paying attention and do the things I'm talking about. Take care of yourself. 5 physical exercise, mental exercise, socialization, okay? What was the other? Water, physical, mental, social, diet, and water, hydration. Forgive me, I got Alzheimer's. But pay attention to those things and take care of yourselves. And like I said, this next article is going to be brain health for everybody. Don't wait till you're my age. You know, talk to your kids and your grandkids because they're not being educated about that in the schools. Again, they're being told eat right, exercise. But nobody ever talks about exercising their brains. Get them playing those kind of brain games. Make sure they're drinking a lot, not sodas and stuff. Get them hydrated on water. And socialization is good. Get them off the damn phones. Now, the phones can be good for brain games, but if they're living on the damn phone, they're frying themselves. Get them off of them. Anybody got any questions for me? Out in the audience? No? You guys are too easy. Okay.
Thanks, Rich, I appreciate it. Hope
Pictures. Want to put a sign?
Count of 3.
Almost our last time on dementia, and I tell you something. And I'll be on that one as well, my wife and I, because we found out mother has a dementia is real and it's different, and it's a journey. It's a journey. And we get started, and number one, and I don't want to touch what I'm learning, but boy, you guys have the energy teaching yourself on how to do things, because dementia is one. That's why I want to make sure we talked about that, especially in the veteran community. What I learned is that I was surprised how many I went into that as a family was got dementia. I'm like, what? It's more common than I thought. I thought like one, but we're not talking about. Well, veterans kind of does know talking about. We got some things about that as well. So what do we have next? We have is it time to eat? Okay, so we got time to eat. You want the time to eat? Each one of you children come here. We have a quick, tell me what you do. Just give me a little chance to get advertised or after anything. And so, and we will start with Winmore. What, and it's time, is the food ready? Okay, food ready. So once the food's ready, go to Jason.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can everybody hear me?
We'll also talk to
Good afternoon, everybody. Can everyone hear? Excellent. My name is Jason Anderson. I'm here from Winmore Healthcare. I am a retired Air Force medic, and I'm one of your business development representatives. So, Winmore Healthcare provides acute mental health stabilization, inpatient and outpatient services right here in Ellis. One of the main factors for my lane of concern is for our Patriot Support Program that supports veterans, first responders, and active duty military. So we provide these services for active duty military as far as Japan. And we have patients that come in on a regular basis from all over the world. We also have the ability to do that for our first responders. We have a wing that is dedicated to our active duty and a wing that's dedicated to our veterans, and we provide that same service to our first responders. So if you are an active policeman, you go into the active duty side. If you're a retired fireman, you go into the veteran side. This is a very near and dear experience for me, coming from being a medic, paramedic, being out in austere environments. One of the items I share as an icebreaker every time I get a chance to sit with them is, I have experienced similar circumstances to you, and it could literally be 1 week away from me being in your very same chair. So adding that reality to it is very, very important. We all share similar experiences, and it's important for us to be able to support each other. Thank you.
This is being broadcast on LinkedIn, YouTube, and Facebook, so that's not just talking about us, talking about there, so you know. Windermere has always been a great supporter of Veterans Council of Veterans. I've wanted to mention that for years now. And I appreciate that what they helped to get Veterans Council of Veterans. 'Cause, you know, with all these guys here around here, we couldn't do this for free without you guys participating. We just feel like our veterans should not have to pay. Aren't you a military, bro?
Yes, I am.
Then we should have you on one of our panels.
Yes.
Yes, sir, from CCHI, just real quick, just tell us something about yourself.
Sure. Why don't you come on there? Hey, guys. So I'm part of the Citizens Commission on Human Rights. We actually deal with all human rights everywhere. A lot of people actually don't even know that they actually have human rights, and that's actually documented. So we cover all aspects of that, whether it's, psychiatric abuse or drug trafficking, you name it. We actually have a large attorney, legal representatives that will actually do pro bono work as well, to get you guys protected on your human rights. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much again. The important thing is, again, and I'm saying a lot about the VA don't like me saying this, but it really takes an entire community to do this, and that's what you're seeing. You come here, there's all have a role to play with us, and we're complex today. So everybody has a role playing that, taking care of the veteran and their family. Next thing.
Good afternoon, I'm Lynn Jackson Norman, and I'm from Family Care Center. I'm a psychotherapist. I will tell you one of the things that I say to every one of my patients when I meet them, right, in the first 10 minutes is, you have the choice to have a therapist that fits you, right? The most important thing about psychotherapy is the therapeutic alliance, the relationship that you have with your therapist. I could have a ton of modalities that I use. I can say the most brilliant things in the world. We can get you to the psychiatrist, but if the relationship between you and I is not one that's healthy, if you don't think that I get you, if you don't think that I communicate in a way that you can understand, if I'm not making the space in my office safe enough for you to reflect on who you are, it's of little value. So I think that's what I bring to you today, another choice. So the people that you know that are interested in psychotherapy or any kind of psychological services have another choice. Family Care Center is new in this area. They just cut the ribbon on this location in March of 2024. They're located near West Shore Mall and International Malls. I think it's a great space because you can get to us from the Veterans, 275 Dale Mabry. We have great parking. And we have this comprehensive service that allows you to get psychotherapy, psychiatric care, medication management, and transcranial magnetic stimulation all in one office. There's nothing better than being able to have a situation where your therapist and your psychiatrist can work together, right? And you can have that concentrated, comprehensive treatment for that one patient. We take all major insurances. We don't unfortunately take Medicaid at this time, but Medicare, TRICARE, CHAMP VA, we take them with ease. And the great thing about us right now is we've got immediate availability. So if you have friends colleagues, people that you're working with in any of your programs, call us. Within about 36 hours, I can get them an appointment. Thanks for letting me share that with you, and I hope to see you all soon.
So now we're gonna have an advisory group. We're gonna start identifying other clients, other people out there, so we can understand who's out there and what's not there. So Veteran Council Veteran, next year, we're gonna start promoting that, because there are people out there. What Lynn has mentioned, is that she's a veteran too, because a lot of these people in here, that's why I created Veterans Council Veteran, because I always felt that was important. Like she's on the Therapeutic Alliance. Well, all the time, a veteran and a spouse of a veteran and the child of a veteran will understand you better or more than the person just walking in there. And that's so Lynn's a retired colonel, and not the rank means he matters, matter more. But she's been there, and her husband Ed, almost a 2-star. And it doesn't really matter the rank we get here, but I just want you to know the insight of who is here at this. This is really us taking care of us. So thank you again, Lynn, for that as well. Care Source, I know normally Pamela here, she go with her being a veteran and her husband being a veteran, but just sorry, come on up real quick. You don't mind? Okay. Are you a veteran?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna say go back. What branch?
Army.
Come on over here, man. Come on, we good.
Hey everybody, my name is Billy. I'm a retired first sergeant. I'm the local navigator for Care Source Military and Veterans. New Triker Prime, new Triker option for your Triker if you have Triker. If you want to know more about it, just come over and see me. We're making it healthcare for the military. We're making it very easy. And it's only for the Champlain and Atlanta areas. Just demo. So just come talk to me about it. You want to know.
All right. Alexa? Yes. Now, Alexa needs to be part of this panel. So there's a lot of us, because her husband's was in the military reserve army, made a spouse, and now he works at the benefits. But she goes through unique stuff, and John Merrill knows about as well, as a reserve and National Guard spouse that people don't understand. So maybe like a lot over here, and nothing over here. So we got to make sure we don't miss those guys as well. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. So I'm Alexa Johnson. I am a social worker and a suicide prevention coordinator at Bay Pines VA. So we respond after a veteran calls 988. We then do follow-up calls to the veteran to make sure that they're getting any help it is that they need to get them plugged in. Sometimes veterans call the crisis line and they are not established with VA, so we go ahead and get them established and also connected to services. So as Steve said earlier today, the crisis line isn't only for people who are having suicidal thoughts. If you're having any kinds of problems with housing, financial, relationship, anything, in the middle of the night, you just need to speak with someone. The crisis line is there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, holidays and everything. So I highly encourage the use of the crisis line. And then at the end of the conversation with those responders, they ask if you'd like a follow-up from suicide prevention team, and then that's how we get involved. So if you have any questions or any, you'd like to come speak with me, feel free. Thank you.
On a personal side, also, if you got any issues going on, she can also talk to me well when it comes to listening to this, I'll work with reserve or something like that, and say, hey, I'm going through what's going on. So that's on a personal side, but definitely on the VA side as well. Navy guy. Come on out there.
All right, good afternoon now, that's after 12. Military One Source available. We have a field consultant, at least one in every state. Some states have two. It is militaryonesource.mil. There's a 1-800 number. Stop by. We service all active duty service members, their families, their children, from National Guard to the Reserves, Coast Guard, as well as veterans and those that get out of the military for up to a year after their separation. Thanks.
Thanks. So we got another organization now I'm very connected with, Florida Partner of Veteran Affairs. One thing I want to mention is, again, it's a God assignment, so it's not about me, but I have been inducted to the Florida Veterans Hall of Fame. So they know me in Florida Department of Veteran Affairs, as well as being acknowledged by Florida Veterans Foundation. But they don't come with no money. And my God, he don't do the digging, he provides the shovel. So when I get that, it's God saying, do more, which we're doing right now, being obedient. So I want to get my friend up there from Florida Department of Affairs.
Normally, Marines are first to fight. I guess I get to go last. I'm Craig Keller, Florida Department of Veterans Affairs. I just want to say, first of all services absolutely free, no charge, no reason to get a claim shark out there giving up your money that you've earned. Free service. Monday through Friday, 0730 to 1400. As you were 1500, 1400 on Fridays. Walk-in only, no appointments. We're here to get the veteran the benefits that he has already earned. And you name it. We see veterans from active duty, reserve, National Guard, retired, EAS after 2 years, and everything in between. Families, you don't know what you don't know. I retired in 2010 after 24 years, and I filed my first claim 5 years ago.
Yeah.
I didn't know. So I encourage you, everybody knows a veteran. If they're not happy with their disability benefits or pension benefits, or if you got a surviving spouse, send them to us. The website's www.floridavets.org.
Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and we're also gonna do for those kinds of veterans in the future, please look out for it. So we're gonna have a podcast or whatever, just for the families, because there's so much information you don't know as families. And then all the information that the veteran has, and the family don't know, and sometimes the veteran, they don't know what's going on. So we're gonna do the DICC, all that stuff, we're gonna have just for the family to know about what's going on, especially with the care side. So I'll reach out to you guys out there. One of the things about the FDVA is that they right now currently Florida is tied with California with the nursing homes. And they're now in the process of building one now, which is 10. So they have the most nursing homes in the country once it is built. So they do nursing home and memory care. You know more about that as well. But memory care, one thing that you don't know, you need to know, the VA does not do memory care, right? So they have to contract out. So, but knowing the village, you'll at least know. And that's what we're going to do, VGV. One of our things is referrals. So anybody out here, as a referral, and somebody comes to me and says, you know anybody that does this? At least I now know. Instead of saying VA, right? I can also say FDVA and that kind of stuff, the referrals out there. So anyway, FDVA does great work, and you got a new guy named DJ. DJ is not part of your team. That's good to know as well. You guys know he knows DJ Reyes. So he's not part of Florida Department of Veterans Affairs. Okay. First contact, right? The first contact. All right. Are you a veteran?
No.
Okay, go back. I'm just kidding.
I was a first responder.
Okay, well, you know what?
Not the same thing, but.
So is my wife.
Oh.
So she tell me all the time, I got work to do.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rihanna Schutz, and I'm here from First Contact, which is a local nonprofit organization. We answer the 211 calls for Pinellas County as well as Hernando. 211, for anyone who doesn't know, we like to describe it as the central hub of resources and information. Anyone can call for anything. 211 is almost everywhere. We provide referrals for anything from mental health crisis to I need help paying my rent, utilities. We also oversee the 988 line for Pinellas County. We also answer the sexual assault line. And we have a veteran program and a veteran care coordinator who is a veteran himself. So that if a veteran does call through 211 or 988 or the veteran line and they're wishing to connect to him, he's local and he provides the resources and follow-up. So I'm excited to be here to share 211, 988 and our veteran care coordination program. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Now, I always say that you have the first contact, but the first contact is the family. I went to the thing with all these special operators, right? We know those guys, like a whole bunch of them. I said, how'd you find out you got PTSD? My wife made me go. So sometimes you want to get the veteran to go, you go through the spouse to get them there, and then they come. So that's another avenue of getting that veteran out here as well. And they do a great service, but really the person we gotta educate is the community, the neighbors. The neighbors are gonna sit there and say, did you know Jones gave away his Maserati for $20? Like they're the ones at first, or the lawyer. Because how many veterans we know that says, if I lose this, I'm leaving this. I'm taking her out, taking somebody else out. So the lawyers need to be the first contact as well. It would really help out if the lawyer sits there and says, we're gonna get a bad move this week. We need to get some counselor out there to start getting ready. We don't know that. We don't find out later on. So the lawyer is also part of the first contact that will sit there and give you that. Hey, they're about to lose this case. You need to, make sure that he or she is ready. And they don't do that. So we're all. And finally, I want to go to the right there. That's first command. If those guys who do police call, that's everybody but the Air Force. The best way to get that single cigarette butt is everybody go shoulder to shoulder and walk that parade field. That's what we got to do. We need to get that cigarette butt. And the only way to do it is you and I, all of us here, arm in arm, walking that parade field, and we'll find that cigarette. Again, you keep it saying all the time. Village. First command. Than the other person that got it afterwards. And so it's a different kind of conversation. And what I try to do with Veterans Council veterans is that if I can match them, I try to match a spouse with a spouse. That way it's different, right? You don't want to get somebody, I'm not putting down people who, the coming afterwards. I'm just saying it's a different kind of counseling when you go in there and that says, yeah, I was there with the shrapnel. My mom was there with the shrapnel. She was there with the shrapnel. All we were there with the shrapnel. Macy says it's the military. Crazy how many people are. We need to start a club. Is that it? Okay, good. Is food ready? Food ready? Did I miss anybody? Let me know. long now. So hold on a second, we're gonna have a video out for here. We're in the process of lining up, next guest, get this on the road. So I'm gonna take the time to, I know I had mentioned earlier that women veterans have twice the rate of suicide than non-women veterans. And the main reason why is military sexual assault. What we need to really know are the male sexual assaults about it. That's something that's rarely talked about. And they almost feel like that they're almost like ignored, that no one's really paying attention of the male sexual assaults about it. It doesn't fit the narrative. So in this case, in this particular panel today, testing. He can hear you, he's back there. Thanks, Steve. Now you're in trouble. And so one of the things that we want to start doing for Veterans Council, we're going to have a military sexual trauma conference next year on the 4th of April. Maybe here again, but we have a better job getting people here. I mean, a better job is make sure everybody gets here. And we want to address things that people don't really know much about, and that's what we're going to talk today. Today, you're going to hear such a story you're not used to hearing from a male's point of view of being sexual. We're so used to seeing the females. And you're going to see that he's going to talk about how this affected his relationships. It's one of the casualties of being military sexually assaulted is the relationships, both personal and with your family. So we're going to have a conversation. And along the side of him, someone I've known for several years now, Dr. Sarah Nicholas, and she's going to help, he's going to tell a story, and then she's going to help educate us when it comes to the psychological piece. And we really want to talk more about the family. So the focus is not as much on the veteran, though he's going to be speaking, but if you're a family member that happens to be in a relationship with someone who's been sexual assault, how do we deal with it? How do you come out? How do you deal with it? Because if we don't deal with it, it becomes generational. And then you start adopting the same behaviors as a sexual assault. So that's what we want to get across is A, you're going to hear from a different perspective you've not heard from, which you should have. And second, we want to know how it affects the families from being from kids to adults. So I want to introduce you to Kevin Cable. We've been known him for years too. Kevin Cable, sexual assault, and Kevin, you're also, have you got that result from the appeal yet?
I haven't because of the shutdown.
Oh, okay. That's another thing. I mean, he can really, man, I'm telling you, this is
You can't make this stuff up.
Lawyer's story, just from that, because he's a male, he'll tell you that. It's a whole different way to address when you're a male assault survivor. And then Dr. Sarah Nicholas, who had a baby. Welcome to motherhood. So hopefully some of the stuff we're talking about, you can start really, a psychologist, and we need to start knowing how stuff affects our babies, our kids, and how to look for the symptoms to make sure they get the right kind of story as well. So first, I'll start with Kevin. Do you have a mic?
I guess I'm mic'd up. Can you hear me over the mic?
It's a different kind of mic.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You can start with yourself, Kevin.
All right. Like you said, my name is Kevin Cagle. I'm from the United States Army veteran. I'm a early 80s veteran. I joined the 82nd Airborne when I was 17 years old. I thought for many years that I was a rarity, and as far as being a male sexual assault survivor in the military. And then I kind of changed my mind because I see how prevalent it actually is now, but I'm kind of am still a rarity, I guess you would say. And what I mean by that is I'm a heterosexual man, and I was groomed by a senior NCO in my company, and woke up with him in my bed doing things I won't get into. But I honestly have not met anybody that can tell that same story. Plenty of women have shared a similar story. So I don't know if it's because, trust me, I've stuck a gun to my head more times than I like to remember. it's nothing short of a miracle that I'm still here. So I'm kind of thinking that most men like me are among the 22 a day. And I didn't voluntarily tell my story. I was actually, I went to the Warrior Wellness Program simply because I wanted to do something for all these veterans that were coming home, you know, missing legs, missing arms, you know, PTSD out like crazy. And I was being interviewed. I thought for, you know, you had to be a combat veteran to volunteer at this organization. And this lady asked me, have you ever, you know, served in combat? And I said, yes. And the next question was, have you ever been a victim of MST? And well, she spelled it out and I just broke down and started crying. I'd never even really told anybody what had happened to me. And there's times in my recent past that I just like, I almost wish that I'd never started this journey. Even though I've been able to overcome the shame and talk openly about it, but I know that's a lie. I mean, I honestly, I think I've been married at least 5 times. I've literally been married so many times. I couldn't honestly tell you. I married one person twice. I have 3 grandchildren that I'll probably never see. My only biological daughter doesn't want anything to do with me. So I'm glad I'm on this journey. As hard as it's been, I'm glad I'm on this journey because I didn't realize how messed up I really was. I didn't realize that, like the Colonel said, I didn't realize I was that asshole. I really didn't. I was just reacting to anytime something reminded me of my military life or that incident. I didn't know why I responded the way I did. But I have plenty of, like I said, failed relationships to, you know, a mile behind me. So that's me in a nutshell. I did realize that there is not a single organization out there that I know of that advocates for heterosexual men that are sexually assaulted in our country's military by homosexual men. It does not exist. Therefore, I created it. I have an organization called Stand Down Shame. I started a couple years ago. It's kind of been on hold simply because of my personal life has just been overwhelming lately. Like Tony said, 8 years I've been battling the VA, and they denied me and hoped that I would die. And I'm going to keep fighting as long as the good Lord will let me breathe. That's me in a nutshell. I'll be quiet now.
Thanks, Kevin. Hi, everyone. My name is Dr. Sarah Nicholas. I am a psychologist. I started my career at the Bay Pines VA, where I worked at the CSTS program, which is their MST program. And so I was a military sexual trauma psychologist for a long time. And now I am in private practice where I do mental health disability evaluations for veterans and also treat veterans for mental health. And so needless to say, I've heard countless stories from countless veterans, particularly military sexual trauma veterans, around the impact that this type of trauma has on their lives. And when I talk to veterans about their lives and I talk to them about their families, the thing that really sticks out to me is that they don't have one. The ones that do are lucky. The ones that have family members who they felt comfortable enough, safe enough to tell are the ones that are doing the best. But many times when we would have family days, let's talk about your family, let's talk about the connections, many of them said, well, I don't talk to my family anymore, so I don't know why I'm here. And the reason for that is because a huge part of PTSD, of sexual trauma, of trauma in general, is isolation. That intimacy gets lost, that desire for intimacy gets lost because you don't feel safe anymore. And when you come back and your family members want to hug you, they want to touch you, they want to say, I love you, that fear disrupts that entire process of connection that we want with the people that are closest to us. I just spoke to a young lady 2 days ago who had an entire family. They're one of those families that you dream of, like, we all live on a compound together, you know, everybody, auntie, cousin, uncle, everybody lives together. And she hasn't seen her family in over 5 years because she explodes whenever she's around them. She just doesn't feel safe. And as a family member, to watch your loved one not want to give you a hug, not want to be around you, it's painful because you don't know how to help. You don't know how to reach out and touch and care for that person who doesn't want to do anything but push you away. And it's one of those things where you want to honor the fact that that person's hurting and you want to honor their boundaries because they're hurting, but you also want to help and you want to love them and you want to touch them. But that balance, that dance, it's almost an impossibility to a certain extent. And so for folks who are family members of MST survivors, I would say the dance of regaining that person's trust and intimacy, even though you weren't the perpetrator of that person, it's the learning of trust is a universal thing for them after the fact. And Kevin, you can correct me if I'm wrong there.
100%. Can I add to that? real quick?
Absolutely.
So my father passed away in 2019, about 2 years after I started this journey. And he left this world without me hugging him. I couldn't bear. He wore a similar cologne that the man that did this to me. He was older, and I wouldn't even let my father hug me. And I really didn't even know why until it was too late.
Thank you for sharing that, Kevin.
One of the things I do want to reframe is, and that's powerful, how much your father is, then how do the kids, not how do I help the veteran or the sexual assault survivor, how do I help me? Because there are things that they're going to feel, and that's what we want. Like, so what things should we be looking for if your child or somebody is now, because like you said, that person withdraws. So now how does that affect the child? How does that affect their social development? How does that affect their self-esteem? Can you address that?
Absolutely. So when you talk about children, a big thing is intimacy, and intimacy is huge for attachment, right? For children. And so many children of sexual trauma survivors, they grow up with a lack of intimacy in their lives, of knowing, like, mom, dad doesn't really want to touch me, they don't really want to get close to me, and they don't understand why. And so I typically, when I have family conversations, I encourage the other spouse, listen, this is an ongoing battle and we can't wait for your spouse to want to engage in intimacy. Obviously, that's going to be the end goal, right? To get them there, but you're going to have to pick up that helm, right? You're going to have to pick up that helm with your child and say, like, I'm going to be the one to hug you, hold you, and kind of explain to you, like, and do some of that explaining to a child on the level that they can receive it. Of this is not because mommy or daddy doesn't love you, it's because mommy or daddy loves you, will love you in a different way, right? That may be acts of service or something that they have the capacity for in their lives, because for children, they're not going to understand that maybe until much later in life, but by then the attachment is already developed, right? And so that's where generational trauma can come alive, because then maybe that child struggles with intimacy, but they don't understand why. It's not because maybe they were sexually traumatized, but they're like, we just don't do that in my family, right? And then their children and their children. And that's how that kind of lack of intimacy within lines and generations of folks ends up occurring.
And thank you very much. And Kevin, can you not get too personal, but you were saying that you have a daughter, you probably never have a relationship with. What kind of things did she say to you? Because she's hurting now. Obviously, she's hurting. From what kind of things she said to you? Like, hey, this is, you can share with us.
She hadn't really spoken to me a lot about what she's seen, but I can tell you what she's seen. She seen me at my worst with the gun to my head, and I will never forget the look on her face. I think she was about 10 when her mom told me that she had told her doctor, her medical doctor, that she had, on one of these questionnaires, that she had contemplated suicide. So I don't know if that came from me, but I know I caused her a lot of damage. She's definitely seen me at my worst, and it's nothing I can do. These are just the consequences of my actions. So there's nothing I can do about it. I have, I don't remember who it was that was talking about, I've gone back, all of my ex-wives, I've asked for their forgiveness. My daughter has forgiven me. I went on a mission to reach out to every person that I honestly knew that I negatively affected with my actions, and asked for forgiveness. And I was 100% successful, including my daughter, Marla.
Now, Dr. Nicholas, can you give us some signs we should look for in the kids and the adults that we should be looking for as a whole? That may give us, and this is really affecting them now. Give us any kind of behaviors that we should be looking out for this.
Sure. So trauma is really, or I should say PTSD is really, when you look at it, it is a disorder of secrets. Because the deeper the secret, the longer the secret gets held, the sicker and sicker and sicker and more disordered the PTSD becomes. And so a telltale sign is if you can tell your spouse or you can tell the person in your life really doesn't want to talk about much, right? You ask them like, oh, how was your time in service? And they kind of just change the subject, or that lack of intimacy, that fear, having a strong startle response. For spouses, it's a lot like having a lack of intimacy, like you never had a lack of intimacy with your partner, and then they come back and now there's like this very strong lack of intimacy. Many times, and I've spoken to many veterans about this, they'll make an excuse, right? They'll even go as far as saying, well, you're the one that's not attractive anymore, right? And anything to like really just avoid actually talking about it, even if they don't actually feel that way about their spouse. And so having that lack of intimacy can be a telltale sign. But at the end of the day, creating a safe space for your spouse or for that adult in your life to come back to you and to be able to share slowly but surely is really the only sure way you're going to know that something like that is going on. Veterans or people in general aren't going to divulge something as intense as a sexual trauma to someone they don't trust. They shouldn't, right? Because that can re-traumatize them. And so the best thing that anybody can do is create a safe space and see what comes of it.
I want to use Lakeisha. So Lakeisha, she works at the Child Development Center, and she wants to know, how do I know if a child acts a certain way? That's going to give me a clue. So what would you tell Lakeisha, who works at the Child Center, saying, this is what you should, if you see a child do this, it's a red flag.
A red flag that they have been.
Something's going. We don't know exactly, but we know something's going on. And because sometimes we don't know. We'll sit there and we'll blame the kid, and we'll put him punishment or put him suspension and stuff, not knowing. So so we want to try to, and we're going to this time, and hopefully you'll be all part of this. We want to go out there and educate the teachers as well. Of saying, if you see kids do this, let us know, and then the professionals come in and saying this is probably what it means. Right now, we see a kid acts up, we just think they're bad kids, and we give them bad rewards, right? Or you're a bad kid, you're shouting, or you're not whatever. You're suspended or you're expelled, and not know that they're really showing signs of something that's going on. Not the difference of assaulted, but you know what I'm saying. So we want to educate the people whose job is to take care of the kids. But they don't know what to look for in that kid. And that's what I want to be doing the next year coming up, going to these schools and saying, look for this, look out for this. I'm not saying, you guys can say it. You get any ideas? If she kid comes in and says something kind of behavior, and she's like, oh, let me. And you want to say something to Keisha, the strong part of it.
I was like, I think Lakeisha might get ready to this question better than me.
We're trained on child sexual behaviors. But, it's not my specialty, but as a therapist, I am aware of, the behaviors that could possibly say, maybe something's wrong. But as an MFLAG, what we do is we have a duty to warn if that were to ever occur. Yeah, and warm hand off to the right professionals like you. I would hand them to you.
I would say the best thing anybody can do is pay attention, right? The worst thing that we can ever do is minimize. Oh, well, they're just doing that because of that or that. Kids are a little bit more open, and again, it's one of those things where if you're trying to build trust, you have to create a safe space. And so if a kid is showing signs of unhealthy attachment, either they don't want to be touched by anybody, or they're kind of hugging on any stranger that will come up to them, those are telltale signs that there may be some attachment stuff going on somewhere, right? Bed urination at a very elderly age or older age for kids, that's another one. I mean, acting out in school, that's another one. There's plenty of these telltale signs. But again, even if they are there, we won't know what they exactly are unless we're listening, unless we are holding safe space. If a kid is struggling in their families, they've learned, I can't trust the people who love me the most, who are supposed to love me more than anyone else. So why should I trust you, stranger? Right? And so it's a repeated practice of creating a safe space so that kid does eventually feel like they can say something. And when they do, if they do, believing them, right? Because again, a big thing about trauma as well, especially when we talk about generational trauma, is the lack of belief, right? If a person tells their story and if you're the first person they've told it to, or you are playing one of the most pivotal roles in that person's entire life. Because whether or not you believe them, whether or not you trust their story, is going to make a big difference in whether or not they choose to continue the healing process. And so if that person comes to you, if you are noticing something, if a child or anyone, an adult, does decide that you are going to be the safe person that they tell something to, the next best thing you can do is hold the space, right? Ask questions gently, softly, not overly prying, but believing them and asking questions in a way that is relaying to them, I want to know your story, I want to hear more, right? And that's just the first piece of it, obviously therapy and all of the things. But many trauma survivors never end up with PTSD. And the reason for that is because the first person they told, the family member, the loved one that they told, believed them, was beside themselves with anger, alongside them, trusted them, and they didn't feel isolated. Because isolation is that big, huge thing because after that, they're just talking to themselves, reinforcing that trauma story.
So I'm giving the wrap ups, but I want to say something.
Just real quick, I just want to add to that with Marley. And this is kind of a question. I just believe with children, you have to monitor their devices 100%. Marley, I won't get into details because she's an adult now and I don't want to share her business, but she was in a Discord chat room and there was an individual that was probably 10 years older than her that was grooming her. And thank goodness to my wonderful wife, she found it and we were able to put a stop to it. And, the biggest thing that we saw in Marley when we found out that she had reported to the doctor about suicide is she was isolated in her room all the time on her devices. And I just think with this day and age, you have got I mean, we cry about a couple of books in the library, but we give them a phone that gets them to anything they could possibly imagine. So that's my 2 bits.
We're short of time?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
No?
But, and all this, we're just glancing over. You're gonna hear more about this. I wanna do a deeper dive, and it may be in person, I'm not sure, but we're gonna have more discussions. And I'm always focused on the military and the military families and stuff. So the deeper dive will be the families, okay? In one, there'll be 2. One will be who in your family has been sexually assaulted, and then B, if you've been sexually assaulted. We need to do a deeper dive that may be more specific for the military children. But I appreciate your time, you being here, sir. You're gonna be coming back again the next thing. So,
Sorry, we might have a question here.
oh, yes.
I'm just curious, what's the prevalence of sexual assaults within the military? I'm sure probably you got some statistics as far as women. I'm sure it's probably less statistics as far as men, but do you have any kind of a number?
Do you know the numbers off the top?
I don't know that they're kind of all over the place. But like it's totally different for men and women. There are more men that are sexually assaulted simply because there are more men in the military. And what's happening now, they're not like my case. It's done in the name of hazing, but it's, gross sexual stuff, so, and that is extremely prevalent. It is gone through the roof.
Yeah, it's hard to tell, right? Because it's such a.
Yeah, I think I just looked into this.
Go ahead.
And I think it's 1 in 4 for women and 1 in 10 for men in the service.
And then the problem with the service is that they like blending stuff. They like to blend sexual harassment and sexual assault. We gotta just peel it out and then put it away. I know.
It also gets back to, are they willing to report?
Right. Especially that. But for the, yes.
Well, my question comment is, the military might capture sexual assault numbers in reports.
Right, yes.
They might capture it in reports. I used to be the sexual assault response coordinator for Iraq. And the way we captured that information, the way it went to the Pentagon at the time, was in reports. So you could report a sexual assault that happened regrettably the night before or 20 years before. You were reporting it and that number was captured. So that had been a challenge. I don't know if that's still the case, but that in a way, Rich, as you were asking, sometimes skews what we know about what's going on. That's my comment.
April 4th, we're gonna have those kind of discussions. More of a deeper dive when it comes to sexual assault. April is sexual assault right this month. And we'll have it. Thank you again, Dr. Nichols, for showing up again. Your baby. And you too, Kevin, for showing as well. Can somebody take a picture?
Yeah.
Thank you. We're going to transition into the next session. So we transition to military and family wellness.
Somebody take a picture of us real quick. Any of my guys with a camera? Where's my wife? Okay.
I knew it too.
All right. We lost our photographer.
Now I'm the photographer.
We needed one more sponsor.
No pressure, Angela.
Sorry.
Ready?
To make this happen. When you are transitioning, you don't government's transition. It's a family too. And we know there's a normal time frame of adjustment. It's just not in this. If we don't get affected beforehand, it can become this. And that's what the county have here are people who are in the knowledge to do so. Aaron, my so loyal. So I'll always do is come up to the stage. Steve here, there, Steve, come on up. Erica. Aaron Rona, his wife Angela, and the key, what she did.
We're just gonna be, yeah.
Did we tell you?
Yep.
We want to hear about. A lot of us have been out of the military for a long time, but there are people right now who want to try to invest in them teach us throughout the year, and then 2026. But we really believe we need to have a more intensive counseling when it comes to families transition. If we don't, that's where the suicide and marital problems and all that kind of stuff happen. Because there's so much going on, the stress, anxiety, and all this a bunch in one spot. But you know what we do? We talk about entrepreneur and resumes and all that kind of stuff. We don't talk about the counseling side. So we got a really good cast there, and I want you guys to listen. So we'll start with my left, Master Sergeant retired Erica Cole. She just recently transitioned. We'll get a sense of how she feels. You already met Keisha before, but I want to also put some insight from the kids, especially when it's time for transition. Are we watching them now? Now that we should have a counseling program that if you're transitioning, we need to already kind of getting you ready for the transition world. The guy who makes it, the person who makes it go and does counseling next to my wife, I think, she's next to her, is Angela Arona and her husband, Aaron. And I wasn't sure, but my wife only has great ideas of this. So as I was talking to Angela, I said, hey, listen, I know your husband transitioning, and he's like 1 month out of being really transitioned. My wife says, ask her how's it want to be here. And you know who I'm more afraid of than him? So Aaron agreed. So Aaron would be definitely great for you to be here because we want to see all the time we go through this transition. We have a tendency to only see it from our own point of view. And so if you're Aaron getting out 06, whatever, he's going to this. Then the wife is here, and she's like this, and that can cause conflict as you start having a conversation. And then finally, the man of many talents, Dr. Ramos, because again, this is kind of what he was involved in when he was part of the Bureau of Base. So we're going to welcome any kind of advice you may give. But I tell you something, this is something we're going to do again in 2026 to try to get those people. We're going to tell Big Deal, whatever, if somebody's transitioning, let us help. So no further ado, we'll start that out. We'll kick it out with you, Erica. Tell us kind of the challenges that you kind of seen when you started transitioning out of the military.
So there were several different challenges, but for me, first and foremost, I understood that it wasn't myself transitioning, that my entire family had to transition with me, because my entire family, that's what kept me going throughout the military. So they'd been through everything. So that piece was a lot of stress for me. So they had to take different pieces of that stress with me as well. And so we had to kind of break down everybody's perspective, from the little one, the 12-year-old who's in elementary school, to the one that was in college. Like, what does that look like now that we are transitioning? And it was, I say a weird space, but it's a space that they don't necessarily talk about in the military. Is when you get out, you have to reassess and redefine your identity if you had not already done that. So like throughout my career, I always, fixed my personal philosophies and what were my professional philosophies, but figuring out what that is in a civilian sector, that was really hard. And then being in the military where you are always told to do the impossible. They'll give you a task, they don't give you instructions, you figure it out, so you become great at everything. So when you get out, you're in a space and it's like, well, I can do everything, but civilians don't understand that. And so how do you translate that to them? That was very hard for me. And they'll say, can you do such and such? Oh yeah, I know how to do that. Well, we need somebody to do this. Oh, I can do that too. So you kind of just stand out more than your counterparts. But how do you tone that down and figure out what your niche is? So that was one of the things for me that I'm going through. But that family piece is a part that they don't necessarily talk about in transition. It's just getting ready, doing your benefits and figuring out what you want to do. But because my family was so involved in my career, we had to figure that out on our own and map that out literally on calendars and talk about everybody's feelings and assess everybody's emotions and what do you want to do? And guess what? You don't have to move after 2 years. And my kids are like, so I can make friends? Yeah, you can make friends now. So like, and then I had to transition into being a PTA mom. And I tell you, I've been overseas 3 times. I went to war 15 months. And I tell you what, war is easier than being a PTA mom. Let me tell you something. In clubs, you never know what you're going to get in those meetings. And so it's that identity piece and losing that predictability. You have predictability with finances. You have predictability and structure when it comes to embedded programs in the military. So you already have a built-in family every time you PCS. You just got to meet them, say the same things, do the same thing, especially if you're on base. But going into the civilian sector, it is not the same. So you have to have those types of skills. They give you skills for war. They give you skills to do your job, but the skills to transition into different types of networking with other personalities that are not military, and how do you translate those things? So those are discussions that we would have in my family, and not just your immediate family, it's my sisters, my parents, and those people who supported us throughout that career. They transitioned with you too. So I had to learn to celebrate them as I'm celebrating my retirement, because it was never my retirement, it's our retirement.
Lakeisha, is there any special program that the DOT has when the kids are transitioning?
There are programs, that's not my specialty, but we do provide the resources they need during transitioning. As an MFLAG, I'm in the CDC, or we might have school-based therapists that are there that will help guide the parents and also just make them feel comfortable that somebody is there with their children, watching them, making sure that we give them the right coping tools to process everything. Because you have little kids, they're crying, they're attached to their parents and, coming into CDC. We always just look for, the behavior changes. I'm one of the MFLAGs that's big on books, so I might take a book and read to the kid about deployment or moving to another location, just to ask questions about their new place and just getting them ready, to deal with the anxiety of transitioning.
And I want to make sure I get to these guys as well, but the key of when it's like you're being kicked out, right? Because especially if you're on CDC, where you're actually on base. Some of the kids are out there and they're kind of already integrated to the school system. But you're on the CDC, you're on base, and now all of a sudden, in another couple of months, you're off the base, you're off the island. And that has an effect on the kids, because all of a sudden now, this is not going to be their home that they're so used to. So we got to make sure, and that I'm glad you know, you got to make sure that that there's something in place that they may be kicked out the island, and how's that going to make them feel? Now they are no longer with the friends that they grew up with within the community. And one thing I learned on time when it comes to these panels, don't have no more than 4, right? Because by the time you get to him, everybody's asleep, or he's. So sorry, but I really wanted, only because I really wanted to hear these guys saying. So, I'm gonna go to you, and then we'll go to you guys, because I want to hear your story. But I want to make sure that you get something in there.
I want to hear your story too.
Yeah, but yeah, tell me what things we looking for when it's from psychological wise.
Okay, so I guess I retired in 2021. And my dissertation was mental health issues. It was a phenomenological study, mental health issues in retiring Air Force members. And so I did interviews with folks, found some themes, and I won't bore you with the details, but as I was going through that transition myself during that period, as I was retiring in 2021, I know that I was seeing some mental health issues and it was mostly for people not prepared to get out. Most of us don't have a trade in the military. So if you're dropping bombs in the military, how does that translate, right, into the civilian life, right? It almost doesn't, right? There's something for you to do. There's something for all of us to do. As a clinician, it was rather easy, right? I had a license in Florida already, but I watched so many folks, I would say, suffer during the transition. And then they got to about 17, 18 years and started asking, what am I going to do? Right, so that informed me to say, okay, I'm going to go ahead and prepare early. So I started going to school around 10 years in the military. So, but that's not everyone, and there's a great deal of stress that comes with that. The other thing that I saw was that as people are transitioning out of the military, they'll tell you about the PTSD, the depression, the anxiety. They'll tell you about all that, and then you ask them, how long has that been going on? What do you think they say? About 10 years, 12 years. But because of the stigma in the Department of Defense, right? There's a stigma, it's obvious. People don't want to go to the mental health. They don't want to come see me. They want to come see the clinician, because what's going to happen is they're going to take away the weapon. They can't jump out of an airplane, right? They can't scuba dive because now they're deemed unsafe, right? If we make the mental health systems across the country where it's a soft place to land and people don't think it's going to be a punitive thing by going there, then I think we have better outcomes all around.
And I appreciate that too. And there's more, and we're gonna have a workshop with that later on as well, because we need to do a deeper dive, because again, the family transitions differently. And so while whoever's the sponsor, he or she's going through the separation or transitioning, and then there's the dependents, and they're going through the separation. So, and because I know these guys very well. Well, not her. I'm gonna know more about what he would. I don't mind. I know that when we in the process of I'm going to retire, and then people who are officers, there's a different kind of way to do things. You're an officer. An officer, you look for to be rated as a top block, right? You won't always go for the top block, and then the second block is center mass, and that third guy, forget it. But when you are getting out, you automatically go down to the center mass, because they don't want to hurt the person there who's active duty, who still got time going on because of you. And so even though you've done great work stuff and everything, now I'm sorry, I love you, man, but your potential's gone. You're no longer the next rank. So I want to put you down. Not that I don't think you've done the work. So that affects you as an officer who used to be in 1-1-1-1, all of a sudden, center mass. And then secondly, and we need to talk more about this when the hurricane and stuff. When the airman or whoever is going to have a disaster, guess who's left by themselves? Guess who's got to take care of themselves? And we have the same mentality sometimes when it comes to transition, right? Sometimes, I don't know what you got that's going to you guys, but I want to get a sense of, here you are, you're in Alabama, and you're still working, you're still grinding, and Angela's in Minnesota, like the advanced party. How was that going? How did you feel like you were getting support from your leadership?
Yeah, thanks, Tony. But first of all, you're right. There are a lot of careers that reward dropping bombs. Whole career doesn't translate. So I'm still looking for what that's going to be. Yesterday was my last day on active duty. For real, I started my terminal leave today. So right in the middle. So it's been a journey for us. And one thing that I noticed is a lot of people will say they know when it's time to leave. And we had made the decision about 1.5 years ago when I was able to hit the button to submit retirement. I wasn't hesitant. I was excited for it. So we're lucky that we got to the end of our journey, and we loved every single day I've been in the service. And I was happy to leave the way I am, being forced out. I can't only imagine what that's like to be told you have to go. So that's the first thing. Second of all, when we start transitioning through the congressional mandates to do this program called CAPS, the assistance program to get you out. They do say you can bring your spouse, you can bring your families, but it seems kind of like lip service because it's very administrative. Here, are you financially ready? Do you have your medical paperwork? Here's your VA stuff. It's really focused on administrative stuff that doesn't, I think, address the need that you would want for your families. We're going to set up some counseling for you before, during, and after. We're going to reach out to you after you've left. Find out where you are. How are you doing? That doesn't, I don't think, exist. I don't know if it does, but I don't believe it does. that would be something that'd be useful. We're lucky to be able to move back to our hometown where we have our family. They're all right there. I think there are service members that leave and they get out and they'll move to a location. They don't have friends, they don't have family, and now you don't have that military support network of those peers. So I think it can be very isolating. So that type of follow-on counseling, I think, would be important to have, just to have that connection. That's my
Yeah, he's in Minnesota, so I just gotta say one thing. Go Birds.
Yes, so, you know, we talked a little bit about identity and how that changes after you've been serving, and I do believe that not only do these men and women serve in active duty, but I do believe that the families serve as well. I think that, you know, these children that are born into this serve as well. I mean, we signed up for it, but they didn't. And so we have to remember that. But also, I do feel that the military has been great for our family, and it's been great to us. But, you know, they really prepare you prior to when you enter into service. They're there for you. They're there for you when you deploy, pre-deployment, post-deployment, reintegration. They're there for you. But then when it's time to leave, I haven't really seen the programs, and I haven't seen that transition. It's been difficult, you know, for sure. And, you know, I'm still kind of trying to figure out who I am after, you know, being a military spouse. Now I'm a vet spouse, right?
New term, hashtag.
Hashtag vet spouse, right? But I think that, that's something that if we, you know, oh, my mic died. If we continue to, push for that, I think that we could, really help a lot of people, help a lot of families that are really going through these transitional periods.
And, as a reminder, you know, the ones that are in the service and have children at the CDC, and the youth center, we are able to see them up until 180 days. So they don't have to just, you know, just get cut off.
So that was a really good point that they talked about with families and the counseling. I think that would be great, but specifically things like PTSD, MST, those invisible injuries. When we talk about role shifts in family, that's one of the role shifts in identity shifts that spouses and children may not know that they're going to have to do. So that spouse may not have known about your invisible injury, that PTSD, that MST, and now you're home every day. So now they have to see that. Now they have to change roles in the capacity where they become a caretaker when they may not have been a caretaker, but there are no resources to teach them, how do I now take care of these invisible injuries that are now in the home on a permanent basis? Because sometimes the soldiers are really good at hiding them from the spouse. So now they have to take on a new identity and a new role that they were never equipped for. That's something that they don't talk about in that transition piece either. And then sometimes the children will take on that mental health issues from parents. If they see depression or they see anxiety, they kind of mimic that. And so that counseling and services like that, I think that's something that we would need more so to help families so they can rebuild or prepare for that. So like one of the stories I talked to Tony about when I was 18, so I was a paralegal in the Army. I worked in legal assistance, and I came in and there was so many divorces. And these personnel with 22 years of marriage, 20 years plus, and one sergeant major said, Sergeant Major, you know, I don't want to be in your business, but after 20 years, you two been married for so long, why are you getting divorced? He said, for 20 years, I didn't really know my spouse. And then when I retired, I came home and she's like, you know what? You haven't been here. And now you want to come in and now you want to implement things and now you want to change and shift how we run the family. That's not how it runs. And they ended up realizing I didn't like my spouse. I didn't even know my spouse because all I knew was the military, and they identified with their job in the military. They identified, you're told you're the best of the best of the best because you've been doing it for 20 years. And now you come home, you didn't know how to be a father or a mother, and now you're not the best of the best of the best. So it's easy to separate. So he gave me advice is you're 18, when you build this family, your family is your life. The military is second, your family is first. You embed them in everything that you do. When you transition, you PCS, you make moves, you have to take them along with the journey. But the military, in my perspective, just my opinion, didn't do a good enough job at involving the family. So when you transition, they transition, it's a celebration for everybody. And that is what I think is very important when the doctor was talking.
That is something that I feel like I wanted to mention is that when we first started in the service, it's easy for a lot of spouses and families to become resentful of it and really kind of feel like they're second place, right? The mission comes first and we come second. And you see a lot of that. But I felt like I needed to change the way I looked at it. And so instead of looking at the military as a job, we looked at it as a lifestyle. And we really incorporated our whole life around it and our kids' lives around it. And we stopped resenting it and we actually embraced it. And once you do change that mindset, I think it can make a difference for everyone.
Because I would never know, because you went through transition.
Yes.
With your whole family. How was that?
Yeah, I think for me, it seemed like it was long, right? Because I was gone before I was gone, right? So I was running the clinic, and then one day I wasn't running the clinic anymore. And someone else was running the clinic. But I'm still there for 3 months, right? And I feel like I'm not really, there's no utility, right? I'm just out processing.
Right.
And I was one of those that I said, I want to work really hard to my very last day. But slowly I started removing duties, right? And taking things away, responsibilities, which they have to, right? That's just the way that works. Just for me, it was really slow, and I just really started to see my mood decline. And this was right during COVID, right? So there's COVID, and we all got masks on, and they said, hey, Doc, do you want a retirement ceremony? I said, I don't want a retirement ceremony with people sitting 10 feet apart from each other. And I don't want to do it online. So we didn't really do it. It's like the hallway ceremony, with some folks. And so that was strange. And it wasn't what I envisioned when I came in. When I came in 1993, I thought, I'm going to have a retirement ceremony. Nobody thinks you're not going to be celebrated appropriately as you're leaving. So it really depends on what's going on during that time, the person's personal preference. And then as you're leaving, some of you might be able to relate to this. They're like, what do you want for your retirement ceremony? And they're asking you to build your own retirement ceremony. And I no, thank you, I'm not doing that. Right? I'll just go ahead and leave. But it was easy to do that because, again, COVID was happening. But I know that I felt personally, and I knew what depression was. I was feeling depressed most days during that time. But I got through it, and I think the thing that was a protective factor for me was the job I was doing in the military was the job I was doing already out of the military. So I did start my private practice 3 years before I retired. So I was doing part-time work.
And that's why the people here, some people here have the military experience from them. And then from you guys, it really is a key point when we start having counseling because you understand kind of what they're going through from both sides of the aisle. Officers, especially the higher rank you are, the further you gotta fall. Like, because as a major, I retire as a major, ain't nothing. But if you're up there, then you really got a fall that's going down, and you're used to always grinding. You look up one day, and we see that. So, and you're one time when I have it next, you're gonna see it next year. We're gonna have once a quarter. I have families like him up here, and I would like to have the spouses too. I want to hear that side, right? Like we got here. I want to know he got a wife that's going for a law degree, right?
That's correct.
And his son is already getting a master's in.
He's already a counselor in practice.
His son's already a counselor in practice. So that's good. But my other question is, were you guys seeing counselors? So see, he's saying yes and no, and that's what we need to be. We talk about the stigma that need to be part of the transitioning piece. That is towards not stigma. And so, Aaron, because I don't want you to come over here for 10 seconds. And I'm going to tell you about your business. Because Aaron, you spent a lot of, he was the commander for the South Region ROTC. So you were still grinding it out until how long until it's time for you to start taking care of you?
How long will it be?
How long will it until? Because now you can, now you shoot.
Yeah, I mean, I put everything I had into the job because I liked it so much. I had a really fantastic region and a lot of cadre members, and they're isolated. Being an ROTC member, kind of like a recruiter, you're living out in the community, you don't have a base to go to. And so their isolation was my driver to go see them as often as I could, to make them feel welcome, to try to get them connected to their cadre next to them, either within their DED or within their state or region. So I can see that isolation kind of already developing, so it was my mission to keep them informed. But once I had my change in command, I kind of had a small gap where they were pulling responsibilities. I didn't have a lot to do. And then I got into the Skill Bridge, which I just finished up, which is an internship at Cirrus, but none of it really ties directly to what I was doing in the service. So still looking for that mission or that task, that thing I'm good at. It is going to be a journey, but I'm excited for it. But one thing I'll say about counseling too is, for a lot of us, we look at that as car repair. Like, I don't need to bring my car in unless it's making noise or just right. And so I don't think about counseling, and maybe it's until it's too late.
Right.
So I think that preemptive discussions are being important before you do have an emergency or you do have a mental health crisis. And you go, well, maybe I should bring my car. It's probably too late. I think that needs to be done.
Did everybody here, did your children have counsel? Did they have counseling specifically for the transition?
Well, so my kids, they are in counseling at all times. And so that's like from small, because as a parent, for me, it's the first time I've ever been a parent. So I know I'm not going to get it right a lot of times. So they have counseling just for those specific days, whereas I know you can't talk to me, but congratulations, go call your counselor. If it's Sunday, we clean really hard, baseboards and everything. I just tell them, you don't have to pre-call your therapist today because we're going real hard on baseboards today. So like my kids are in counseling for everything, just in case as a parent, I don't get something right, there's a backup because I didn't have that as a child. And so that's just something that we kind of put in place to kind of help build like break generational curses and the traumas and therapy that I know, the traumas I know I bring, and I may not be aware of that. They have somebody they can talk to when they can't talk to me.
I don't know where we're at, no, you're the timekeeper.
Yeah, we're gonna move on to the next
You're
section.
going to section, because you know what? Now the kid's going to tell you what really happened. So right here, this is the parents. The next step is going to be the kids, the military dependents of career military officials. You'll hear from us what we were going through when mom and dad didn't know what we were going to do. Didn't have you up there. But yes, yeah.
Just one more thing, if you don't mind. I just want to say, I know that in my 10+ years as a provider in the POD, working in clinics, we have to do a better job at early help seeking. We have to normalize early help seeking. We're not going to have domestic violence incidents if we teach people how to communicate early, right? Young couples are coming in, and the first time, even as a commander or as a clinic supervisor, I was seeing people for the first time when they had a DV incident, a DUI, when they were suicidal, cutting. Like, if we get to these people earlier, and I think that comes with mentorship. I went in 1993, and I went in and I happened to land at a base where I just had a bunch of uncles that want to take care of me. And maybe they look like me, maybe they didn't. That was like my family, right? And I left the Bronx, and that's what I encountered. But those people were the ones that were encouraging me, go to the Family Support Center, go take these classes and these things like that. So what you're doing is fantastic, but making sure your kids are getting that information and having an unbiased person there as a place for them to be able to vent and learn new things. So I just want to say that I think if there's anything I want to leave with is we have to start earlier. We have to talk to people earlier. We have to normalize getting help before they really need help.
Cool. I appreciate you. All right, so I think we made it well over time, but we thought it was important. Again, we're going to continue this on next year. We're going to ask you, again, the preventive part. We can be preventive. I don't even know statistics. We need to find out how many families get divorced after they get out, and we need to find out. And then we say, hey, there's a problem. You know, there's these many people getting divorced 6 months after they get out of the military. So anyway, I thank you guys again for coming here. Okay, great. So now the next one is kids don't tell on their parents. I'm a child of the military brat. I'm not a child of a military brat. And man, oh man, I got things to say. It's part of therapeutics. So I want to call to the stage Ramos is already here, and I brought him in, and I want to give his, I would love to have his son here, that's what I really want. His son convenient not here. Nicholas. Corey is also a pivotal career. So, I'm gonna move back and forth. So, everybody over here is an adult, I want you for the next 20, 30 minutes. Everybody here is an adult, but for the next 30 minutes, oh, I'm sorry. They're telling me, they're waving it. We gotta do a raffle, and then we'll be here. So let's pause for a second, let's do the raffle, and then we'll start. Anybody got the raffle? Okay. Let's get the raffle, and then we're gonna tell our parents. Is that watching?
This morning I FaceTimed my parents and I said, oh, I'm going to Veterans Counseling, Military Families Conference. I'm going to talk about as a child of a veteran. They're like, what you gonna say? What you gonna say about it?
Niggas some bad people, yes, you don't sound like a bad parent. I'm saying that. So let's do our raffle, then we'll have a conversation about the military guys. I may throw a question on Amanda away too. She can definitely chime in for a little bit. Something you hear. Okay, you go ahead.
All right, so grab your tickets. 276283. We have a winner? We got a bingo? 276283. All right, next number, 276315. Okay. Oh, come on, she won.
You about to get a card?
Did you show her the ticket?
She's tied off. We
Winner,
don't believe
winner,
that.
winner.
We want to see the evidence.
Winner, chicken dinner.
Want to take a picture? Yeah.
Are you going to, so I gotta go to the meeting?
Yeah. Anybody can take a picture, just look, a picture of the winner?
Winning ticket.
Yeah. Okay.
Yay.
You would.
Oh my God.
Thank you. All right.
Yes. Let's turn it on. Okay.
So in this case here, again, like I was saying, we're older, but we're gonna talk to you like we're 10, and kind of things that we experience going through here. And there is a mental wellness, we gotta be careful about kids who are children of us. There is some mental health we need to watch for and mental wellness about kids who are the dependents of mental. And I know that, Lakeisha, me growing up, the CDC was one of our things, right? That's how we did our stuff. That's overseas. Did that thing, something happened?
Yeah.
Something jumped off? Okay, then you just go down, do not a save. Okay, yeah. Okay, good. Back on, how you doing, man? We're back, LinkedIn. So we want to kind of briefly discuss the mental wellness of a career, of a dependent career military person. So to my left, we have Corey. Explain what you're as far as how you're part of this thing as far as the career. But your dad, what branch was he?
My father was in the Army. He was in the Army for 24 years. Started out in Lawton, Oklahoma, where he was a drill sergeant. through there. He's the 13 Bravo, I believe, dealing with armored artillery, and he was active duty for a while, then went reserve, or broke service, got in reserves, went back active duty, became a recruiter. We moved around like 5 or 6 different locations over a 24-year span.
And where were you born?
Lawton, Oklahoma.
Okay, and is that Fort Sill?
Correct.
So a lot of times you can tell a military brat too, is they start with Fort. Like, where were you born? Fort Sill, Fort Hood, whatever. So that's one indicator we see that. And I'll just pass on. We'll go to me at the end, and then you talk about yourself, your dad.
Sure. I am,
Is it working?
yeah.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me? Yeah, okay, there we go. So again, hi, I'm Dr. Nicholas. Again, usually I don't speak in the capacity of the child of a veteran. I'm usually here in my professional capacity as a psychologist. My dad was not in the military for long. He was a U.S. Air Force veteran for 4 years. And he left on a medical discharge because he had a surgery in the military that almost killed him. And so today I'm going to talk about kind of how that impacted him and how that impacted our family.
So I guess I wasn't a military child, but being in the clinic for those years and seeing sometimes the children coming through, either through the family advocacy program or by other means, I often would see children whose parents were deployed. And so children would come through, parents were deployed, so they would lose connection and have, build resentment for that parent for not being there. Right, that parents doing their duties, and they would build resentment toward them for that. And they would lose, a connection, attunement with that person. And that would actually cause, mental health issues or, depression in a child sometimes, especially if they don't have, they have maybe the other parent at home is overwhelmed, or, they got, some other siblings and lots going on. Oftentimes children, in my experience, would feel alone. Like they can have people all around them and they would feel alone. And they get accustomed to their friends and all of that. As we know, they adjust to that. And then now there's orders that come down. And then we say, and I don't disagree that, we have a family wherever we land, but those are different people, right? Those are different people, and they have to reestablish those friendships and those connections. And that is, I'm sort of reminded of how we operate better in a tribe, right? Where there's more people, like you can employ the counselor, employ the doctor, employ the aunt, the uncle to kind of be part of the family. And that's what the Air Force became for me, and that's what the Air Force is for a lot of children. But when you take that person, you remove them from that. That's traumatic for a child. And I know that, I can't speak for myself, but from the clinician standpoint, that's what I saw. And honestly, that mental health stigma, that reluctance to get help also transfers to the children, unless you have a very supportive parent that's saying, this is what we're gonna do as a family.
Where were you born, Amanda?
I was born in Fort Ord, California, so my birthplace doesn't exist anymore.
No, it's right. Yeah, that's when they changed the name of Fort Hood. I said, "Oh my God, I lost my birthplace."
I know.
They're Gavasso, so they don't think that's what I think. So you had mentioned something that's very important, and I would love to have your son here because he'll see things in a different perspective you're seeing. So one of the things is that because we move so much, how does that affect our social development? And you had mentioned something that I could nod my head at, right? That because I kept moving so much, I stopped trying to make friends. So even to this day at 60-something years old, 63, I only have acquaintances. My wife always says, you don't have friends, you have acquaintances. But that's because that's how I coped with that. That's how I dealt with the constant moving around. How about you, Corey? What do you make friends a lot? How do you make friends? You have a lot of friends you made and stuff like that since you were growing up?
So before sitting here or listening to you speak about friends in the near, recent past, I would say that, I had no problem making friends. Like, I was always a person that everybody wanted to talk to, or at least I felt like, maybe because I was always talking, that people wanted to talk to me. But I would have to say, because I was so active in sports and doing different things, that it was easy for me to have, as you would say, acquaintances. It was a struggle a lot, and I did kind of resent not being able to be someone people knew, in the sense of like, okay, I lay a foundation, then 3-4 years later, I'm having to relay the foundation. So when it came to sports, when it came to friends, when it came to people that may know of my character, I was always having to reinvent that. So that was tough. But I don't know as a child if I really understood that. It was more just, okay, we gotta move. You get your friends' numbers, you try to keep in touch with them, you know, you try to, over the summer, let's get Michael Booker to come hang out, you know, things of that nature. So all in all, I would have to say, like, reflecting over it, like, I think it's definitely made it where it's easy for me just to almost forget about people. Like, yeah, like, I mean, people from college, people from, you know, prior duty stations, because I'm a veteran as well, but like, it's like, man, you don't talk to them? I mean, who cares? Like, there's other people out here. So, yeah, I guess I'm probably callous in that way. So it's definitely probably taken effect, but, you know, talking about it actually opens it up and makes me think about it more.
I am definitely like that. I keep moving. I keep moving. And I got to keep reminded about the guys who work with Veterans Council, you know, because, you know, I'm so used to that you're gone. I'm just the next person. I don't even think back, you know, like that. And that could be that bad or good. I was curious, you know, I'd like to should have a female up here just to get us, because I guess even genders and the family dynamics plays a role in how you're supposed to develop. You know, from you're the first kid versus the middle kid versus the third kid, versus the female versus the male, because sometimes you go into a new place, and if you're athlete, it's easier to jump in, to blend in. But if you're not athlete, then again, so Sarah, so and I don't know how, I just want to have a deep dive again next year. I want to get some numbers of that. I want to know if you, and not now, because this is a first start, but we're gonna start reaching out and finding kids and some of that you may see some things that may be different from a military child talking to you or adult versus, like, I don't make friends. Am I antisocial? You know, but that's what, you know, when you say you don't make friends, then you're antisocial. No. It's because you moved around so much. The other side is you make friends like this. Right? It's a pendulum thing. Either you don't make friends like me, or every time you make friends like that. Have you, I won't move you guys, because that's your role as clinician wise. Have you had a chance to have children, and then maybe adults now of military brat, and what did you see differently?
I think it really falls in line. Thank you. It falls in line with what you're saying. When a child develops these friendships, let's say with, you know, they're 4, 5, 6, they develop these friendships, and those are deep, deep friendships, right? So then you tell this 6, 7-year-old child, hey, we're leaving, we're moving over here. That hurts a lot. So then they'll store that away, and they'll say, okay, the next base I go to, I'm gonna be friends with people, but I'm gonna keep those relationships surface, right? Because that's how I'm gonna protect my heart from pain. And what I actually have seen was children of military who moved around a lot had a hard time in romantic relationships also, because it really does kind of mess with their sense of safety and trust, because this is going to hurt. And every time we move somewhere, we're gonna leave that place. And whether I like this person or not, I'm probably going to keep a safe distance from them so that I don't get hurt.
I can, from speaking to children of military folks and veterans after the fact, both as my own personal friends and in my professional capacity, outside of even just friendships, like a sense of identity gets impacted. I've had folks tell me, you know, I don't even put things on the walls anymore in my room because I know that we're gonna move, so what's the point? And so you're not the kid that has their high school crush of, you know, person on the wall or whatever sports you play on the wall, you're just like, you have empty walls. And that does something to a kid to not be able to express themselves in that way. And so I would say it's not just relationship transitions, it's identity transitions and feeling like you have to reinvent yourself and become and explain who you are over and over and over again, which can kind of really take a toll.
I just say that's very important with some of the chemistry of relationships. Oftentimes, I don't know how you in here now, but oftentimes you find yourself marrying that person. So your mother, father was military, and you're going to find yourself all your boyfriends and husbands, whatever, are military, because you're trying to get that same feeling you had before, moving around all the time and all that kind of stuff. And you may not be happy, but it's what you're used to. And that's where when we're doing the counseling, you're not happy. What you've done is you've gotten to a relationship that you're used to, but you really are not happy because you never got a chance to set those roots and stuff. Now, and my parents were military, and I was having flashback a little bit when Erica was talking, because my dad was a drill sergeant, but so was my mom. So when Erica was talking about them walk, well, I also had a flashback when she's like, yeah, washboards, and I'm like, I remember those days. What I wanted to do is, and maybe not here, but again, everything. This is just a first start, and we want to see if there is interest in what we're trying to do. Because some of the things we're talking about, we grew up in a career military family. A lot of these kids are also, because the 78% of people who get out of the military don't retire. So there are kids who maybe 4, 5, or 6 years dip into the military, then they're gone. And then how does that affect their social development? And if we don't recognize that, we may not be addressing it the right way mental health wise. What do you think about that comment there? Yes, go ahead.
I think something that's really important to say is that many of the wounds that come out of being in the military are chronic pain wounds, like things that just from putting your body through basic training can impact you as a person. And when a veteran or a person develops chronic pain, they can like develop a lot of anger issues and depression issues and things like that. So even if someone was in the military for 4 years, just the impact that has had on their body and the things that they may have been exposed to can impact their family for the rest of their lives. Because if that person is dealing with chronic pain and anger and irritability and depression just from that they, speaking as someone who does a lot of disability evaluations, their children really get impacted because you're yelling at your kids all the time. And that really impacts the way kids end up developing and how they learn to love and understand what love is and understand what it's like to be treated, how you're supposed to be treated as somebody in a family system.
How many people here told their spouse, I'm not in the military? Right? Don't treat me like I'm in the military. Right? Because we bring that personality home, whatever, and they're like, I ain't one of your soldiers, or and go ahead.
And Tony, to answer your question, I think there's so many variables that affect how a child gets through that transition. The age, gender, culture is huge. Like we have to consider that. Like there's some people in the culture, they grow up with parents that are like, hey, here's your crayon, just go sit there and color, right? They don't give explanations, right? Or some parents may be more emotionally intelligent than other parents. And so they may just have a different experience there. But I think by and large, if as a community, again, we did more to support in the beginning, middle, and end, like I think we have better outcomes, especially with the children, because I think the children are essentially in the shadows.
You'll finish up and go ahead.
No, I don't.
Okay, so I think we're close to closing. And one thing I do want to part with that, and I had this particular course here because of my experience, and I feel differently. And we all, I use analogy plug and play, right? They don't do plug and play with us, right? Generally, in old days, I don't know if it's like that anymore, but old days, you couldn't remove a disc until it says, make sure everything's safe before I remove it. And then same thing, you put it in there. Make sure it's safe before put it in. But that was not done to us. We were unplugged, unceremoniously, and plugged in again. And we don't know how that psychologically affected us by doing that, the unplug and plug with no safety and making sure we get that done. But that's something hopefully I'll have you guys in the future, and we're going to be more of a deep dive. Again, you see, here's a lot of deep dive, But and especially whenever we're in a military community. So a lot of things we're talking, they're here, but people haven't been saying it, so they're not listening. But once we start saying it, they're gonna start saying, "Dang, that's me." Or I'm having the same problem with my kid. Thank you again for that as well. I just wanted to have this one quick discussion. I think it's a discussion we need to have from the one, even if you're a military or a kid for a military brat for 4 years, 18 years, it does affect your social development. It does affect how you have relationships with others. It all affects that thing. So I wanted us to talk about it. Thank you very much again. Yep. Okay, so we got to change that one. This is the last one, right? Okay. Last but not least, we're gonna have somebody couldn't show up, so we're gonna have a couple of new people that are gonna be part of this. We're gonna have where's John?
Yep, we're gonna have Pamela McCoy coming up, and we're also gonna have Ann Canestra come up. We're gonna be talking about elderly veterans and their families and that whole piece of how to handle some of the things that we go through when we're trying to take care of our elderly veterans.
Can you do me a favor and get Thelma here too? Just come. Doesn't bring her up here. So we have a program called Serving the Elderly Veterans, and that's not talked about enough. What are we doing for? I always hear people say, my dad, or my mom, my brother. What are we doing for them? And are there resources out there for them? When my dad's 89 years old, and this is where God said, I want you to do this, I want to show it to you. He said, my dad's 89 years old. Almost everybody, his brothers are all passed. My mom was passed. So almost everybody that he knew has passed. So their depression is different, right? It's not a bad blip in your life. This is reality that everybody you know, and you get to a point you wake up and say, man, I'm awake, I'm alive, right? Because you don't know if the next day is going to be there. The grief is different. Your mental health and physical is different. So we have to have a counseling that's different because they're not going through a bad phase of life. It's just that point where they're at that point now where their health is bad, the income is low, everybody knows it's gone. And the worst part that there's full front of it, hey, Thelma, can you come here for a minute? I know I put you on the spot. Come on. Just a couple months. No, I want you to be in the seat right here. Okay.
You're not on your shoulders.
Okay, well, I'll do talking for her. But the people there are two people who have not gotten the support they need to get, and that's the elderly veteran, and that's the caregivers of the elderly. We got to start focusing on them. If anybody belongs to these veteran organizations, guess what? They're all like in their 70s and 80s, and they're dying every day. And they didn't prepare the successor. I want us to have a conversation about that. This is just a split bit because we have summits for this for next year to talk about how we take care of the caregiver and then how we take care as well. So right before you, we have, and I didn't know this, but the person we have with, so Ann, when she was mentioning a lot about taking care of her dad and a whole different role and the mentality that has. And I want to get a sense of, you were already explaining it earlier about some of the things you felt. And then did you feel, and you already mentioned about, but were you giving, because you know, it doesn't matter how old you are, they still see it as, look here. And that's what you gotta get past. So I wanna hear about how you felt when you were, all of a sudden now the roles reversed. And then of course, Pamela, we go back a long ways now. Her dad is 91, 92, so he's, and he's still kicking. And he's in North Carolina. And she is his best advocate ever, but from a distance, and she's got to do the VA as well. And for me, you hear, because now I'm living it but my dad, the person I'm living with is not my dad as far as, because the good thing, he's being taken care of. He's staying at the CLC and they went to Delaware. So he is taken care of. But I visit him every chance I get, which I'm going to see on Monday. I visit him every chance I get. Eagle fan team. Go Eagles. But When you show up, it does three things. It lets him know you care. It lets them know the people there that take care of them, that you care, and it reinforces that you care just by showing up. We need to be more intentional about seeing our family instead of just, making a phone call and that's it. And that's important. I want to keep getting that across, that make that energy, make that time to go see that dad, because it has three major effects. So I want to start with Pam and talk about, give us an update on your dad and what's going on with him.
Okay, as you said, my dad is 92 years old. He did 28 years in the Air Force. He was in security forces. I think our mic is dead.
Yeah, he kicked batteries in here.
Wait a minute.
Oh, that
I got a green light, but it's not.
Oh,
Okay,
there we go.
now, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, my dad is 92 years old. As you said, he's in North Carolina. He did 28 years in the Air Force. He was security forces. He's retired multiple times for multiple things or what have you, but he is doing well for 92. He's definitely slowing down physically, mentally, but he is clicking on the cylinders. He is quick to tell you what to do, or what have you. I get to go home once a month to just look in on him and my stepmom or what have you. But as Tony was saying, dealing with the VA is always a challenge. It is important that we all are advocates for our person. I always jokingly say, but it's probably some truth to that there's a picture of me on the wall with the line. I am that chick when it comes to my dad, right? As of yesterday, yes, it's always fresh when I come here, Tony. It's not a story from months ago. It's always really fresh. I was on the phone yesterday at 4:20, so she stayed over with a advocate, because I had to call and blow up the phone because even the advocates aren't advocating. So it's a problem at all levels. And so the message that I left was that I wanted someone from management, from the advocates, to call me. I didn't want someone on a desk, but from someone from management, because it's a really sad day when the advocates aren't advocating. So like, if this isn't your thing, go get another job, right? And so now, unfortunately, they want to stand on the crutch, the government shutdown. Well, that would be good and okay if it just started, when the shutdown started. But I've been battling the VA since my dad retired, right? So it's not a new thing. That's just a new crutch or what have you. So there's a lot of work to be done, but it's going to take everyone standing up and advocating and pushing the needle and letting your voice be heard at all points and places. That's when the change is going to happen. But my dad is still alive and well, and so I'm loving every minute and taking every minute and capturing every moment. Every time I'm there with him before we leave, we take a selfie. And my dad is like, what's up with these selfies? But anyway, he doesn't understand the whole selfie thing, but we take the picture, right? Because I got to build those memories.
Thank you. My dad, I know I shared a little bit earlier, but if anybody's ever inherited a parent, have you ever inherited a parent? When one parent dies, I did that too. When my mom passed away, I inherited my stepdad, who had a stroke, and they said, you have to take care of him. I was like, excuse me? What? I work full time. I have 3 kids. What am I going to do? And I all of a sudden became a caregiver to another adult human, and it's really hard. And I was already a caregiver to my dad. Then I was a caregiver to my stepdad. And those are cold, lonely days to care for people. Developmental psychology, it's an interesting thing I teach my clients about, and it talks about how the child becomes a parent and the sands of time kind of flip upside down. And these roles that we play reverse. And when you talk about like becoming, like you parent your parents and how they see you as a child. So you're saying, Dad, you gotta eat, or you gotta do whatever. And they're like, don't tell me what to do. Right? And you're just like, man, this is ridiculous. Like, how am I telling this man what to do right now? Right? It's hard. It's very lonely. For me, there was a lot of hope in helpers, finding someone to help me take care of, especially my stepdad. I know I talk about my dad, but my stepdad was someone who I was a caregiver for when my mom passed, and it was really tough. We found helpers that would come in and like help him shower and help him do like daily living things, and those people are angels on this earth. Those people who go in and help us take care of our elderly parents,
Amen.
There are not enough of them in this world. They do not get paid enough. They do not get enough credit. Like, those are the good, the best people. If you have a parent you've ever had to take care of, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Because it is terrible to change a parent's diaper, to clean up things, to do things, like, you're not trained for that. Some families generationally do this and talk about it. My family didn't. My family never was like, hey, you might change someone's diaper one day, not a baby. What? I'm like, I'm not doing that. Like, it is a whole different world when you go from being a child to looking at your parents like this. And so for me, with my dad in the VA, he would have his infusions for hours, and it was kind of cool because I worked there, and so he would come in and be in the infusion lab, and I would go down and I'd get him Starbucks, and I would get him a sandwich, and we'd sit, and that's kind of where we healed our relationship, actually, like over a few years. I worked at the VA for 20 years, or 19 years in Syracuse. And it was nice because I would sit with him on Mondays when he got his infusions. My dad had blood cancer, and as he got worse and worse and worse, and I would have to drive him, there was one point where this male nurse was like, well, can't you help him? I'm like, no, bro, my dad's 6.5 feet tall. I need your help. Like, no, you need to help me get him stood up. Like, my dad was a big, big guy. And this male nurse was looking at me like, you gotta help your dad. You're here for him. And I was like, you know what? And I never was like, I work here. I'm just, you gotta advocate. Like, you can't be afraid to advocate. And I think when you do, people step up. Man, it is a lonely road in being a caregiver and being in the shoes of taking care of a parent.
One of the things that Veterans Council is doing is build that support network. And so you come to our conferences, you're gonna see the, in the VA, it's called Geriatric Extended Care, and the CLC, you're gonna have them there. You're gonna have long-term, short-term care. You're gonna have the benefits. So when we're gonna do in February and on, we'll have all these panels that's gonna address that, those little areas that affect the parent and the family. And the key thing we're looking at now, not just the veteran who's going through this, but also, and that's what Rich was trying to say, the person who's got to deal with it, because it really affects you psychologically. I can tell you, my wife's mother is going through dementia, and I'm telling you, it's a journey. And if you have to learn how to train yourself to deal with each other, because so it's not just you dealing with the mother, or the mother and the whatever, and the arguing and stuff, and and then trying to, because you think they're okay, so you talk to them like that. No, that person's not there. No one talks to you. Why are you talking like that? That don't make no sense, right? But that doesn't do anything for them. All it does make you frustrated. And then if you have a spouse who's now supposed to be supportive, these are things we're going to talk about when we're doing a whole every quarter we do something dementia. We're going to align and partner with Alzheimer's Association, whatever. But I'm telling you, and I said this in a joking, and not joking, but in a real manner, that my mom died of cancer. But the one thing when you die of cancer versus the dementia, when you die of cancer, they still are in your corner. But when you got dementia, they fight you every step of the way. Right? From getting the things, the power of attorney, all that stuff. So I can tell you one thing for me, I have to work on is not only work on myself, but I got to make sure that I'm sensitive to my wife as well. Because sometimes, that's the person who's close to the parent, the family, they're the one that's going through a psychological thing, and they see that mother. I don't see them. I see another lady, but she sees mom. And so when she says things, and if I don't respond the right way, it can then cause conflict within the relationship because of that. So that's one thing I want to talk about next year, where if you're caring for in this case, elderly veteran, she's not a veteran, so the resources are different than with the veteran piece. You also, and we have counselors there, you also have to start looking at yourself. You need help, you need grace. The moral injury is ridiculous, because when you have a parent that's dying, a parent has dementia, I won't say now that didn't happen, but sometimes you're like saying, man, you're still here. Because there's a constant stress, and you're almost relieved. And that's a moral injury, because who wants to hear that? What? That's your mom. She even like that. Is that you live this life, right? And that's why your moral injury is different, because people don't understand where you're coming from, and you can't be as authentic, because people may say, "Oh, you're something wrong with you." But I'm telling you, it doesn't end. And then when they don't recognize you, then it's really hard. Because now you're just two strangers. We did have somebody here for the dementia side, but these are different parts of dealing with an elderly veteran. And when we do our conference next year, it's not just about, it's the veteran, what services he or she is eligible for, but it's how you're taking care of yourself, and not just you, but the family. Because if not, it seems like they're just, like I can tell you, I don't know how people who has parents out there and stuff, but you got a family of 10 people, and it's still that one person that does everything.
Amen.
And everybody else is a cheerleader.
Or not.
And you can't, and that's the stress part. I mean, you're sitting there saying, look, I got 12 people over here. Hey, I need help. You're doing a good job, sis. You're doing a great job. Kick it in there. I can't come down here to spend some time with mom, so give me a break. So you got that going on as well. So anyway, I want to give that insight because we're going to do a lot more in the conference we have next. We have 3 of them next year. We're going to have issues like this, the counselors like this. We're going to have people who are, and the village again. The village is here to help you. There are people out here who have long-term, short-term care. There are people out here who know the right kind of insurance and all that kind of stuff together. There are people out here who legal-wise that can tell you the best power of attorney and that kind of stuff. But again, the difference, my mom was dying of cancer, and we said power of attorney, okay, let's get a power of attorney. Try to get that power of attorney from someone with dementia. Because that's just saying, you just trying to get rid of me. It's a whole different kind of battle and stuff. So anyway, that's really what I wanted to cover with this. Is it talked about, but next year, if you're part of our distro, you'll start seeing the summits that's going to be for the elderly veterans. That's going to be all day, very informative, and all the resources going to be here to help you guys navigate this thing. And we're going to create work groups as well. Hey, you got dementia. We're going to have work groups, virtual, whatever. We're going to start doing and partnering as well. Okay, thank you.
I just want to say one thing.
Yes.
So Tony's putting together this conference, this summit. It's very important. So please, please, please tell a friend to tell a friend. This room should be packed out. When he has the next conference, we need the room to be packed out, so that people are getting this wealth, this breadth of information, because it's important. You're not going to find it in a book. It may be somewhere on the internet, but by the time you find it, you won't need it anymore. I can guarantee you that. The services, the benefits that the vet has earned, they're not given to them, they have earned them, but there's no one reservoir where all of these benefits exist. You find out about them through communication, right? So you need to be in these places, in these spaces, so that people can share about their experiences and share about benefits that they found out about or learned about, because it might be the one benefit that you need, or that you might need in the future, or that someone that you know needs. And so you got to be in these spaces, in these places, to garner that information. When she was talking about caregivers, of course, and home health aid. So I got my dad set up for home health aid, and we got 25 hours. It took forever. First we started out 13, and then we got up to 25, and I thought, well, great. But okay, can I get like 40? Right? Yeah. Only to learn that 25 is maxed out. How's that maxed, right? There's 24 hours in a whole day. How am I maxed? This is a week. Did I say that 25 was a week, right? And so they said, well, you can get additional hours, like if he were hospitalized or had a condition or a situation or whatever. And then it would be specific to that situation. Like if he had wound care or something, he would get extra hours for that period of time. And so when the wound was healed or whatever, those hours would be reduced back down to the maximum of 25, or if he was in hospice. Well, hell, I'm trying to keep him alive. I'm not worried about when he's dying, right? He's a vet. Are you kidding me? 25 hours maxed out. I don't understand. Those are the rules though. But I didn't learn that or know that until I'm there, right? So just so y'all know ahead of time, right? And so what do we do with the other time, the additional things that we need? Well, if you have long-term care insurance, you can tap that, or you pay out of pocket or whatever, but you got to be prepared for that. Right. And so Tony mentioned at this summit, there are going to be people there about finances, getting your finances in order. There's going to be some people there with insurances to make sure your insurances are in order, because you need to know and have those things in place before you need them. Right. Medicare has a clause in there, which that's my journey right now, trying to figure out, because they have a clause in there with home health aid hours, but to figure out what they qualify for. It's my dad and my stepmom as well, but what they qualify for or whatever. But sharing information is how we're going to get the job done for each other. This is a village, this is our tribe, this is our family, right? Or what have you. So we got to be in these spaces, in these places, sharing the information that we learn, because unfortunately there is not, oh, when you retire, just go to this website and these are all the benefits you qualify. That would be ideal, that says if you are 100%, you get all of these things, even if those are qualifiers, right? 100% means this, but if you're 100% and you're paraplegic, then you get some extra stuff, right? But if it was and you're 20%, you're 30%, whatever it is, that it's at this one reservoir, it shows everything that's available and what you qualify for based on your need. There's no such thing. It should be, because that would make it easy. But why? My personal opinion. Why doesn't that exist? Because that means they're gonna have to spend the money that they set aside for that. And as long as we keep moving that shell and you don't know, we get to keep the money, right? But that's earned this. When they signed up on day one, they said, when you do this, serve our country, you get this on the back end. They served our country. Now they keep moving these shells around, but this is what they were promised, right? That's why advocacy is so important, to advocate for what they have earned. And as I say, every time I get the opportunity, my daddy earned every bit of this. He can get everything he earned. I don't care if he set it a flaming in the floor. He earned it. It is his to decide what to do with it. You give it to him. You give it to him, right? So.
You'll get more. Thank you very much, Pamela. And as you guys ready to, we got the last raffle. Did the last of us get out here?
I'll call it the winner.
Okay, no, we'll see. Yes, I'll get it here. Okay, now we got this, the drum roll now. They're not here, but they're gonna donate it back.
Oh, we're gonna get our ticket, because we're probably the winners.
Big winners are right there.
So this was here for the last certificate, which is the $250 certificate, gift certificate. And read the number 1.
It's 1, 1, 7, 1, 6, 6.
What?
Do we have a winner?
She donated it to her.
Oh, that's so nice. Well, congratulations. Come on up and we'll get a picture of you guys.
Where's down?
I see.
This is going viral on the internet. Thank you again. Thank you. Oh, and this is coming to conclusion of veterans, military veterans family event around the summit. I appreciate everybody who did show up. I will tell you that every topic you saw here, we have a program. You actually got to remember. So next year we have a program for military sexual trauma. More in depth, we start right here. We talk about relationships, we talk about houses. That's coming up next year. We have a program for serving only veterans. A lot more again, more of a deep dive for that as well. And our next one, of course, is families. Each one program we have has at least, I call it 4 entities. Referral, advocacy. When I say advocacy, already yesterday and the next 6 months or a year, I'm gonna go up in Tallahassee and where I need to go. That's the day you need to start giving it. That's the advocacy piece. The referrals for everybody, not just Veterans Council veterans, everybody who's part of the tribe. Collaboration, as you see, is called RAC. Collaboration. This to me is collaboration, bringing all the resources together, and we start learning. And the last is counseling. There's a counseling part that's in every program we do. So we do MST. We do the families now is the first. November is military and veterans family recognition. So we're giving them also $1,000 and gift certificates starting today. So you get almost $500 just today. We got more we're gonna give out we got a couple we're gonna give out to some of these organizations like Blue Star Families. So this is the start. We're recommending that Governor DeSantis create a proclamation to recognize, as a first step for advocacy, that they can recognize the families, the veterans, and elder veterans as well. So I wanted to let you know that when it comes to Veterans Council of Veterans, we just don't talk about it. We be about it. That's the difference when you're part of this organization. Yes, I hear. We don't just talk, we do the walking as well. I appreciate you guys who stuck it out for the rest of the day. We just, I'm sorry, Representative Francis Driscoll, let's make sure we get a picture with you next to you and Andrew. Representative First Driscoll is the minority leader for the representatives.
That's right.
And we're talking to people like her and all the other people that say, we need to start advocating for veterans and the veterans' families, mental wellness, their mental wellness matters as well. You want to say something real quick before you want to go? Sure. I always tell when I go on LinkedIn, like I said, I'm not a Democrat, I'm a Republican. I'm not a Democrat or a Republican. I'm just a veteran, taking care of veterans.
That's right. How are you? Good afternoon. Y'all tired. Good afternoon. I know it's been a long day and just delighted to come and bring greetings and say hello to you. I'm Fendra Driscoll, as was mentioned. I serve Florida House District 67, which is much in North Tampa. Actually running for state senate that includes both Tampa and St. Pete. But I've been a long supporter of veterans causes long before I actually ran for office. And it's a big motivator for me to try to do everything that we can for our veterans and our families. And I think Tony has the right message. This is not a red or blue issue. It's a red, white, and blue issue. And for anybody, I think, who would stand before you as an elected official, you should feel free to ask them what it is that they are doing for veterans and their families. So I thank you all for being here today. I thank Tony for your heart and for your hard work and for your commitment, because you are always on point with this. And I'm glad I just got to come here and say thank you publicly for everything that you do.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, man. I can tell you what, I don't know who else come with me, but you're gonna see us in Tallahassee next year. We're gonna be there, so we can get the people that they deserve. So again, I want to thank everybody that's here, about to close down. I'll make sure I get a picture with the representative. Thank you very much.
Oh, my God.